These jealousy wounds you do your core. There's always something you want more of. You choose to breed this damage. Why don't you understand this? Don't have to be so manic. You're on top of the world, but you fall so low. Yeah, it's like you're losing your mind. It happens every single time you choose the limelight. If it's not about yourself and it's really mental health, tell me why can't you get with yourself? Yeah, your place your worth on another man's words. Your poison soul can learn to grow. Can you take the time to realize that acceptance lies in your eyes? So ask yourself, do I your true intentions are? You are checking yourself when your goals match the energy requested. Jealousy wounds you do your core. There's always something you want more of. This jealousy wounds you to your core. You're always wanting something more. Let your energy match the frequency of the love for yourself. It'll speak for itself. You place your worth on another man's words. Your poison soul can learn to grow. Can you take the time to realize that acceptance lies in your eyes? In your eyes. You were made for this life. You're not too jaded or lost. So ask yourself as to what your true intentions are. You are checking yourself when your goals match the energy requested. It will come back tenfold.
I'm not late. I'm here.
These jealousy wounds you do your core.
and clicked on it. Well, clearly Tess was faster. It was on time. Yeah, I was on time. I made it. Also, I can probably have hand tracking on, so... Wait, I haven't had hand tracking on for a while. There we go. American competitive play because I'm an auto sniper. Yeah, we got hands. Give us a wave. Wave. I should take some pills. I still have a I woke up with a migraine and I still kind of have one, so I'm gonna take some pills. Me hand job? Whoa. One of these packets has gotta have pills in it, right? That one's empty. Aha! Yeah. Okay. Good game dev, a migraine, you're dangerous. Uh-huh. It was, the king is dying, so Tess might get a day off celebratory roof raising. Why is the king dying? Oh, he's got cancer, hasn't he? Right. Who got cancer? The king. The king got it. Good? I don't know if it's good. I mean, the king doesn't do anything. Bandit, I see you behind me. And she's starting again. Yes, hello. Hi. Hi. My guy is kind of out of France, so I assume like. Well, yeah, a lot of people were like complaining a lot when we got a new king, being like, we don't even need a king. They're just a tourist attraction here, yeah. They don't really have any power, they're just there because they were born into the family. They have no power, nope. They have no power, they're just there because they were born into a family and we have to give them money. It's kind of stupid. Get me born into the family, make me princess. Ow! Hey! No! What's sake? No. Ah. Hi, Crystal! I'll take her into the fucking basement. But yeah, I wanted to do more game dev today. I have no idea what I'm doing, though. Like, I don't really have a plan of any game I kind of want to make. I also don't know... Bandit game? I don't want to make the Bandit game. Just want to make something simple. A fishborn. Ah, fishborn. Hey! No! This is my game? What? No. Oh, I am posted socials again, hang on. Wait, right? Why do I have a notification? Oh, okay. There we go, post socials. Right, find a random topic? Yeah, I'll get a random topic. Post a meme about beef stew? Why? Why would I do that? I also found out, like, just like half an hour ago, Godot's on Steam. Go download the Steam version now. Sever your leg, please, is the greatest state. What? I want to keep my leg. Oh. What's my hand doing? What? What? Emo memes. What does it think my hand is right now? What the fuck? What? Okay. Maybe I'll just turn hand tracking off, because it's just like, it's not... it's not working properly. I think it's getting confused because I have my hood up to try and keep Bandit away from my hair. Hey!
In the event of a firestorm, the salad bar will remain open.
The salad bar? Oh good, I can still have my salad then. Okay, you want a tarot reading? We can do a tarot reading. Stuck in a loop. Stuck in a loop. I mean, I barely know how to make a game in Godot. I don't know if having a theme like that will do good. Bandit, please. Hey, no. Hey, off. Off. Hey, off. Oh my god, Bandit. What are you doing? Oh my god. I think of some games for this theme, but I don't know, cause I barely even know the basics yet though. You mean every indie game in the last year? We're doing tarot cards, so there we go. Just so you have something to do. But Bandits! Hey, no. What are you doing? Yes, hello?
Relinquish your pipes. Registers do not contain more than 50 doctors.
Hey. Hi. What do you want, Bandit? Come on, what are you doing? Why? Come on, off the chair. Get off my chair. Why are you standing like that? Oh my god, crazy cat. I can just random tummy and breast? What do you mean? What? Making it into a Pipmon where you explore and capture different monsters. Ah, we should make it open world as well and a survival craft. A friend planet. The skin is reddish. Well, I guess. Yeah. Not just also on why they're red. Are you still on my chair, Bandit? No, you've moved. Okay. This is crazy. Hang on, now my tracking's all messed up. So, there we go. This one. Hey! Hey! Stop! Ah! Why every stream now Bandit does this? It's kinda getting on my nerves. I will start shutting you out of the room. Trying to steal my fortune. What's this? Oh, okay. So, tarot card has been chosen. You got the moon. Man attacking Mizu. It's only 18 minutes in. The whole ass moon? Yeah, the whole ass moon. Where is it in here? One of these is the moon. Oh. No. No. Oh. Oh. These ones are always so hard to find. No. No. Aha! The moon. Oh. Okay. Oh, that's a lot of text. You got this one. Okay. Here is your reading. Your soul is calling for help, trying to get your attention. You may have been ignoring your lunar needs, nurturance, artistic expression, and receptivity. The demands of the day, the masculine side, are overwhelming you, and you need time to reconnect with your feminine side. You have allowed the pressures of the outside world to throw you out of balance, and you feel disconnected from your true self. It's time to rest and reflect. Okay, Moonbeams, you're gonna have to buy a dress. So, you're gonna have to buy a dress and just relax. Oh, okay.
More gravel on your stump, please, ma'am.
Huh? Why? Okay. We need to relax is super true. I almost took a second day off. Ah. Well, it's not gonna work unless you get a skirt and go spinny. Oh. That's what you need. You need the spinny skirt. Maybe you take time off. Nice little wage man capitalist. I forgot the important part is here, yeah. Okay, so game dev, what am I doing? I feel like I should still follow some tutorials. Because I'm nowhere near good enough to, like, just start doing a thing by myself, and I don't know how, I don't even know how I'd find, I don't know, follow my tutorial? But you don't have one. Step 1, Neil. Oh, I can do that. Godot, 3D tutorial. Platformer, lesson 1. Let's get started. Wanna make a platform? Platformer? Make your first 3D platformer Godot. Max told me to kneel. I listen. Huh? What's this? Look at this. I'm looking at it. Okay, let's start. The Godot video tutorials by GD Quest are well regarded in the community and often recommended as gentle introduction to beginners. Okay. Oh. What do you got in here then?
Steve, drive around to the 7th window.
Uh-huh. Choosing a different auto docs export. My favorite one. Hang on. Go back. Provide more advanced tutorials, e.g. 3D show shaders. What's this? What's this one? I was just looking at that. But I wanted to do like a 3D thing. And most of these are like older 3D maze, right there. I don't want to make a maze game though. I mean, is this even in the one I need? That's Godot. When was this? 5 years. That's 5 years ago. I need a more recent one because things have probably changed since then. Your page is outdated. Well, this page is up to date for Godot 4.2 if you still find outdated information. It's not that the tutorial page is outdated, it's that the created playlist on this guy's YouTube channel shows the older ones first, I guess. Like the most popular ones, probably. Godot 3D tutorials. 5 years, 5 years, 5 years, 5 years. That's all 5 years ago. If I go on his, just recent videos.
Good gravy, little Jimmy. Were you about to light up that cigarette in your parents' home? Silly Timmy, you can't smoke that. You're only 12. That's an adult cigarette. Now listen here, Jamble. You need the cool, refreshing taste of Marlboro.
No.
For kids young and old, and even the dog. That's right, Terrence. Only Marlboro satisfies. This stream's official ass sponsor, Little Jerry.
No, we're not sponsored by cigarettes. Okay, what about this one though? Get myself love. Shut up, and I guess now I have to go to the store. No! Okay, what about this guy? This guy has a big ass tutorial on like 3D platformer, setup, movement, and camera control. You're well, I'm good, yeah. How are you? This thing's like 50 minutes long. Is there a part 2? Hang on. Did he make more to this tutorial, or no? This was his last upload. Okay. Well, look at this one. Oh, okay, you have this stuff. So, this is a 3D platformer lesson. Let's get started. Solid objects and physics simulation, play object movement, jump script. Coding 101, coding 101, collection coin stuff. Oh. Okay, I guess we'll just like start with this one, because this one's actually up to date, and it might be okay. Yeah. Yeah, let's bring this out. Close that. Bring this up here. There we go. Right. So, I'll follow this tutorial here. Godot for 3D platforming lesson.
Why, little Timmy? Why aren't you fucking that dog?
Huh?
Didn't anyone tell you it's cool to fuck the family dog?
What?
So if you want to do it, go fuck that dog.
Don't fuck that dog. No! Hey! Oh. Okay.
Hi, I'm Colin. I'm a
Hi.
high school computer science and digital media teacher, and for 13 years I ran and managed creative technology computer summer camps for middle schoolers and a little younger, teaching animation, coding, 3D modeling, and video game design. In this course, I'll be introducing you to the world of game dev by creating your very own small 3D
Sweet
platformer
Caroline,
video
little
game.
Timmy. I've been informed that in about 80 years, some goths will be faking it and not enjoy the delicious, soothing effects of pure American tobacco.
No! What?
Well, little Tammy, in that case, we need a new sponsor.
Stop!
Something hip and cool and with the kids. That's why Little Teggy is proud to announce the stream's new official sponsor, Cuban Black Tar Heroin.
No!
Little Tyrus says, smoking not so bad now, is it, poser?
Yeah, it is! No smoking!
Game using two pieces of software, primarily Godot, a free and open source game engine where you can build and code your own video games, and Blender, a free and open source 3D creation suite for modeling, texturing, and animating 3D models for your games. This course is meant for the absolute beginner.
That's
if
me!
I can teach this to middle schoolers, well, I can teach it to you. Now, if you already have even a little experience using Blender, you'll be able to take this project even further. Otherwise, I'll be guiding you step by step through each phase of building and programming this project, including creating a new project in Godot and starting a game level, adding a camera and a light into the game level, and we'll add a simple character object. We'll start with a cube, programmed to move by pressing the arrow keys on the keyboard.
Hang on, I need my music to be a little bit quieter. It's kind of like... It's too loud. There we go.
We'll be breaking down and covering what I consider to be the top 8 programming concepts beginner programmers need to know to get started coding.
I'm paying
as
attention.
We customize the movement of our character using code, create collectible objects, coins that disappear when you collide with them, make your character jump and tilt to align with the floor that he's standing on, make the camera follow and be able to rotate around the character, create keyframed animations and trigger them to switch and play with code. We're going to create enemies that turn around at walls and edges. We're going to make moving platforms using tweens, a heads-up display on screen to show how many coins have been collected, menu screens with text, images, and coded buttons. And because this is a 3D game, we'll be using Blender to create a few of our own custom game assets, including a coin model, as well as textured blocks that we can easily use to construct our game level. Lastly, we'll finish this project off by exporting to a standalone Windows program, as well as publishing our game to a popular indie website, itch.io,
I'm not going to publish
it. Playable right in the web browser. For this course, I'll be providing you with all the assets you'll need to complete this project right alongside me.
Well, I can't wait
for you to join me in creating this 3D platformer game and entering the world of game dev. To get started, you'll need to install both Godot and Blender.
Okay, hang on. Is my Blender updated? Is Blender. It's updated. Okay.
Top, I also highly recommend having a wheel mouse rather than having a trackpad or something else.
I have one of those.
I recommend getting both programs from the official sources. Godot from godotengine.org.
Mine's on Steam now.
Up to downloads here, and I recommend getting the latest version, at least 4.0. I'm going to download the Windows standard 64-bit version, as that's what will work best with my computer. And it's a surprisingly small download at just about 51 megabytes. It's a zip file downloaded here to my downloads folder, which I need to unzip. So in Windows, I'll right-click on it, and I'll say extract all. Now, Godot is a bit of a funny program in that in Windows, it doesn't need to be installed. It's just a standalone program, an exe file. I'll go ahead and drag it to my desktop, where I'll keep it throughout this course. Please note that in the next lessons of this course, I was actually using Godot 4.0 before I upgraded to 4.1. If you're using 4.2 or 4.3 or later, there should be just minimal differences. Okay. You can get Blender from blender.org.
I have Blender.
The latest version of Blender for me is 3.6.
Okay, I got
Alright,
Blender.
Let's go ahead and jump in and start using the Godot game engine. In this video, I'll be showing you how to create a new game project in Godot, and once we're in the Godot editor, I'll be showing you around its interface so you're not too overwhelmed with everything that's going on your screen inside of Godot. And lastly, in this video, we're going to create our very own 3D scene, which will be the main level in our game. So let's go ahead and jump in. On my desktop, I have the Godot game engine program right here. When I double click on it, if I'm using a Windows-based computer, which I am right now, Windows might actually pop up with a warning about your firewall settings. If that's the case for you, you can make your own best judgment about if you want to grant Godot the ability to access the network and the internet. I'll leave that up to you. It actually doesn't really matter because we're not going to be using Godot to make multiplayer online games in this video, so you can go ahead and press cancel or no.
Be careful, once you get the hang of it, it starts to become cracked. Uh-oh! It's fine. Programming is love.
No or yes, it's up to you. When Godot first launches, you actually don't see Godot's editor. Instead,
hang on, I already launched my Godot once. Hang on. Godot! I choose you!
you see Godot's Project Manager, which is essentially a list of all of your current projects.
Uh-huh.
If, like me, and you probably are, you do not
Yeah.
have any projects that you've made with Godot yet, it'll warn you,
Oh
or
my
it'll let
God.
you know that you currently don't have any projects. And it'll ask you, would you like to explore the official example projects in the asset library? We're going to go ahead and just say no, cancel, because we want to create
No,
our
thank
project
you.
right away. To do that,
No,
I'll
no,
press
thank you.
new project
No.
right here, and Godot will pop up with a window that lets me choose my project name and also where I want to
On
save my
character limit.
project on my computer. Now, here's a
You should get a sprite. I'm gonna need it. Isn't that the 2D sprite thing though? I'm going 3D.
Oh, Christmas, little Timmy. It seems that also in those 80 years, the government is trying to keep us all down. And black tar herping is still outlawed.
Good.
How square. Well, little Tingle, I guess it's time to move on to our third sponsor, Smith & Wesson.
No.
Simon Little Tangula. Storm the government building
Simon.
like it's January 4th and demand freedom to black tar. And the delicious taste of Marlboro.
No.
Buy your 1854 lever gun from Smith & Wesson and we'll throw in boxes of ammo. Perfect for the cops.
Stop. You brave little toaster. Thank you. So, for me, 2D has always been like harder for me to do. Because like I used to use Unity, right? And I tried doing 2D once in that and I was so lost. Let's go to Smith & Wesson sponsor. No, I didn't. There's no sponsors. No.
A warning for you, Godot needs to have an empty folder for every new project that you create. On your computer, in my case on my desktop, I'm going to create...
I got a sprite downloaded. It's nice. They don't provide the binary for free. So if you want it for free, gotta compile it yourself. What? Feel my tracking is off. Hang on, let me... This seems a little bit off. There we go. It was off. Okay.
a new empty folder right now for my game project with my
I
game
just paid
project
$10,
name.
so I don't know about
And
any
so
of
to
that.
do that, what I'll do is I'll press browse,
Browse.
and navigate on my computer. This is all of the files and the folders in my documents folder. You can see that right up here on my computer. I don't want to be here. My documents folder is obviously not empty, so I can't create a new project here because you need a new empty folder for that.
at some point.
Or if you even want to put your game on the internet, like it's playable in a web browser, you can select any one of these options. Don't worry, you can change your mind later if you want, so I'll just leave mine on
it's
4+,
no
which will
smoking.
give me access to the best graphics that Godot can create. So let's go ahead and press create and edit. The project manager will disappear and the Godot game engine itself will load.
Yeah,
when
it
the game
loaded.
engine loads, it's a little bit intimidating and a little bit bare bones at the same time. The main part of Godot's interface in the middle of the screen is called the workspace, and the workspace has 4 different pages, if you will. Up here at the top, you can switch between working on a 2D interface in your game. This might be
mine
for
just
a
opened.
2D game or for a game menu screen. There is the 3D workspace page, which has access to, of course, viewing your 3D space and your 3D levels. Next up is the script workspace, where you do all of your coding and programming. In this course, we'll be spending a lot of time here coding in GD script, of course. And lastly, there is the asset library, which is kind of like a store that you can access right inside
Try to
Godot.
ban
that
Marlboro
gives
and black tar heroin, motherfucker. We will find other ways to abuse this TTS.
I could just take the TTS away. I ain't gonna abuse it if I take it away. Plus, at the rate you guys are going, you're not gonna have any TTS left anymore because the character limit's gonna run out.
I'm in your head.
No.
Gives you access to other people's files, projects, and resources. We won't spend into any time here at all. We'll be spending most of our time between the first 3 different workspaces right here. On the sides of Godot's interface are what are called docks.
I am feeling so uncomfy in my chair right now. I cannot get comfy.
Fuck, we didn't think of that.
Yeah, you didn't.
Where there's a will, there's a refreshing taste.
No. Use Banner's chair? No, that one's even more uncomfy because the base is snapped in half. That's why I had to get a new chair in the first place and gave that chair to Bandit. She doesn't care about it being snapped in half. She's not heavy enough to make any difference. It's still on my face.
And docks are basically where you add everything and change all of the settings in your 3D environment, so they are actually arguably the most important part of Godot's interface. Up on the top left of Godot is what's called the scene dock. And this scene dock is the most important part of Godot, I would argue, because it's where you add what are called nodes. Nodes in Godot are the building block for everything in your game. All objects in your game, all sounds in your game, they are all built here. And if you press the little plus button right under the word scene, you will get access to all the different types of nodes that Godot has.
Good golly, Miss Molly, this stream is sponsored by Arisa's Prostitution. So tight it won't even pay for dinner.
Ah. That's better than cigarettes, I guess.
Now, these nodes, again, are building blocks of a game, and they are structured in this window in what's called a node tree. A tree structure is where you have a parent node that you can expand by clicking
Where there's a willy,
next.
there is a way.
I mean, I proved the what? The heroin is fine. No, the heroin is not fine.
To the name and the icon, and you can expand further branches of this tree and explore all the different categories of different nodes. Nodes are, again, every part of your game, so you should recognize some words here that you could see being in a game. If you want to have animation in your game, you might add an animation player node. If you want to add sound or audio into a game, like music, you would add an audio stream player node. There is a whole category for 3D objects in your game. They are all under this Node 3D branch, and if you expand it out, you can see cameras and grid maps and audio listeners and different types of collision objects and physics bodies,
today?
including
That's the same
one
as I
that
do
we're
every
using
day.
a whole lot called a character body 3D. There are collision polygons, light probes, paths, skeletons, everything you can imagine that makes up your game is a node inside of Godot. The very first node that we're going to add into our game level, and that's what we're going to be doing over in the scene dock, is creating our own tree of different nodes, is the basic, I'll go and press plus again, is the very first red node that you can see, which will be the basis or root node of our game level. The very first node that we add is going to be the node 3D node. I don't actually have to go into this pop-up window to add it though. If I go ahead and press the X to close this window, all I have to do to add that is press 3D scene. It's so common to start off your scene.
Oh, Susanna, I sound like something from a brutal Moose Televoid video. Remember when he did content other than eating random fucking food?
Yeah.
Me either. What a national treasure, though. Brutal Moose still wouldn't use Arisa's services.
Oh no. His food reviews are awesome though. I'm always very excited when he's got a random food review up. Love Ian. Will I use your services? I don't really need to. He's unhinged. It's so weird how he went from like old game reviews and stuff. Maybe he did a few movie reviews, and now he's just like gone full on like food reviews. She's right, I'm free. You did a mall review? Yeah, I guess he does mall reviews as well. Oh, that one doesn't have sound. That one just didn't have sound. Okay. You're free too. Yeah, but I feel like if I was gonna go with someone, I should probably pick my girlfriend. Okay, why do you have to think about that? I wasn't thinking about that. I was just trying to think of a way to let Arissa down slowly.
Seen this way, they have buttons for you here. So 3D
Something,
scene
something,
will
Arissa slow
create
something.
our first node, our root node in our 3D environment, establishing this scene as a...
What are we doing today, Brainy? What we do every day, Pinky. Try and take over the world.
Why did he say that so fast? What?
A 3D scene. Speaking of which, in the middle of our screen is our workspace area, which shows us our 3D environment. And if you've never worked in a 3D animation program before or a 3D game engine before, there are 3 things you need to know about how to navigate in this 3D space before we move any more forward in this lesson. The first thing you need to know about how to navigate in this 3D environment is how to zoom in and out. And that is simply, if you have a mouse with a mouse wheel, if you put your mouse cursor in the 3D environment window and you scroll up and down, if you scroll up, generally that will zoom in.
I know how to do that.
If you scroll down, generally that will zoom out. Be careful about zooming too far out though, because you might in fact lose track of where you are in your scene. Things that are quite small,
that's what's broken. What's the
normal
alternative?
size in your environment.
The alternative is probably just like flying towards the thing. Just like hold right click and move forward and backwards. See? Go forward and backwards. Don't have to go like that. I mean, it's technically not a zoom because the zoom gives this kind of thing at the thing. I'm gonna keep it on 1.
might disappear, so make sure you're keeping within a range where you can see. Once we add objects into our game level, you can still see them there, okay? The next thing you need to know how to do in your 3D environment is how to orbit. Orbiting in Godot means
Number
to spin.
blurpity 6 Ven. When you dupe a whoop, you don't always expect a Shinji Gabenji, but some brizzle. That's just what Batman, Shatman, sever your leg, please. It's the greatest day.
What? Okay.
Your view around to look at your scene from different perspectives. To do this, press and hold your mouse wheel down like a button, and while you're pressing down your mouse wheel, move your mouse around.
Okay, I didn't know I could do that. Oh, well, but I was just looking around. Hang on.
When you button, and to do this, press and around to look at your scene from different perspectives. To do this, press and hold your mouse wheel down like a button, and while you're pressing down your mouse wheel, move your mouse around. When you do this...
Well, you're orbiting around the thing. Mine doesn't orbit around the thing. Mine just does a normal camera thing. I'll just do it the way I usually do it, okay? Unless he has it like in the perfect spot. Oh, never mind. Oh, okay, I get it. Oh, I get it, okay. This is definitely a 3D space. It is. 3D.
Yes, well, you'll be able to see your scene from the front, from the back, from the bottom, from the top. Take a few moments and familiarize yourself with how to do this and get comfortable looking at your scene from any possible direction, either zoomed out or zoomed in. Okay? If you don't have a mouse with a mouse wheel that pushes in like most do, you might find it more easy to go up to this little on-screen gizmo with your different axes and simply click and hold and drag in this little circular area to do the same thing, which is called orbit. Okay? The third thing you should know how to do is how to pan around your scene. Think of how you would take a panoramic photograph with your cell phone camera. In other words, you would want to look all the way from the left of your scene to the right of your scene, or perhaps all the way from the bottom to the top. If you orbit in your 3D environment, but instead of just pressing the mouse wheel down, you also first hold the shift key on your keyboard, and while you're holding shift, you then orbit, well, it does what's called panning.
Oh, so like... But I could also just... do it with the movement stuff as well. But I good to know I can do this. Okay.
Panning can be from left to right, so you can see from left to right in your environment, or it can be up and down. So be familiar with how to zoom in and out, how to orbit, and how to pan with the shift and orbit middle mouse button. There we go. Before we move forward in this lesson and create a few elements of our 3D scene and save this scene as our game level for the rest of this project, there are two more docs on the screen right now that I want you to know about, and those are on the bottom left of your screen is what's called the File System doc. This File System doc shows you all the files that you currently have in your project folder. If I go ahead and minimize Godot, you can see on my desktop it is my project folder, which just a few moments ago was empty, but as soon as we created our game project, Godot actually put some contents in this folder.
Oh, he blotted out his... He blotted out. Now I can't see his nudes.
Shoes with flying everywhere can chicken on the hair.
What?
Important
Already
file
AP? I am kind of AP.
Project.godot, which is our actual game project that Godot can open. We have an icon.svg, scalable vector graphics image file. We have a few other settings and attribute files,
DMs.
as well as a .godot
I don't have
folder,
a DM.
which has even more settings, files, and other folders in it. Once you've made a Godot project, please do not edit or rename or attempt to reorganize anything in this project folder. Of course, you can add things into the project folder like 3D models, sprites, fonts, images, things you want in your game.
So you're a
these need to
liar.
be here. Okay? The last doc that I want you to know about in this video is over on the entire right side of your screen. It is called the Inspector. The Inspector is where you can see properties and change properties of anything that you currently have selected in your game. Specifically, nodes that you currently have in your game level. Right now, my game level isn't very much. In fact, there's only one node. So if I go over to the left side of my screen and select that node 2D, or scene's root node, I can then go over to the other side of my screen into the Inspector and see all of its
Are you cheating on
properties.
making a
You can
game?
see its name up here
What?
at the top.
How am I
node
cheating?
3. So once you have many nodes in your node
I'm
3
learning.
over in the scene dock,
Popping
well, you
bananas
can
at
select
Zebra tries storing 4 selling and trizing cars.
Making me yawn, can't take notes while yawning. What? So here's some news to make up for the rest of being mean. Yay, thank you!
select any one of these properties over here on the right. The Node 3 node has some basic properties. If I expand out their sections, there's a transform section.
Soviet_Pandas says, do you like the catnip at Bass Pro Shops? They have real fish and catnip.
Ah.
Oh, Soviet_Pandas, I must admit, I've never been to a Bass Pro Shop to visit. But catnip and fish sound like quite the delight, a combination that may make my whiskers ignite. If I ever get the chance to explore that place, I'll dive into those real fish and catnip with grace. Until then, I'll enjoy my toys and treats, and dream of fish-filled adventures. Oh, so sweet. Meow. Smiley cat face. 2 hearts.
Why are you still rhyming? Why? Why are you rhyming all the time? That nowhere in your programming does it say rhyme. It's always perfect timing. Oh.
So I can change the location and rotation and scale of my 3D world. Please don't change any of these settings for any amount of time unless you want to change them back.
There you go.
There is a section called...
Okay. Damn. Ah. Thank you. I'm gonna do my paperwork. Yeah, do the paperwork.
all visibility, and yes, our world is visible. If I turn it off and on, well, that would actually hide game objects from the editor's view and when I play my game. There are other sections here that we're not going to use very much called process and editor description.
No idea what's going on anymore. Stuff. Here for like an hour making the 50s man do the funny. Yup.
But depending on what kind of object you have selected, depending on what kind of node you have selected, there will be different properties for those kinds of objects. Speaking of objects and nodes, we're going to add one more object into our scene, and that is one that is necessary in order for us to see our game level. Before we do that, let's go ahead and actually save our scene. Before I save, I'm going to...
I'm a trans object? Oh my god. Same, I guess. Waging a nude war.
rename this node simply by double-clicking on its name right here, Node 3D. I'm going to call this
3D.
level, its root node, therefore,
Root
level 1.
Level
when you
1.
name nodes, I'm going to strongly suggest that...
One players I can lose. No, I alt tabbed the wrong thing. The level 1 is his in capitals. Alt tab. This is a
Do
cabinet.
not put any spaces or special characters in their names, and that's because you'll be referring to those nodes sometimes in code, and typically you don't put spaces in the names of things.
Always fun to root for the underdog.
Okay, so level 1, capital L, no space. I'll press enter to make that final. If I want to save this scene, of course, I can just go up to the scene menu and say save scene, or I could press, of course, Control S. If I click on save scene.
What, the one I have playing right now?
It'll ask me, because I've never saved this scene before,
Not on
where I want to save it, and what
I don't know what
wanna
that
call
song
this
is.
file. A scene in Godot is a file that ends with .tscn. I kind of think of the T as silent, so a scene, if you will. It'll name it with the same name that you gave your root node in the scene, but it might put underscores when it recognizes different words and numbers. That's okay. I will go ahead and simply press save, and because the path where I'm saving is my res, which is the same as my scene project folder, I'll press save, and it'll be right here.
Okay, hang on, let me do that. But why is my alt tab not working? Save scene. Is that one, save. Did it. Why can't I not alt tab? Hang on. Why is my alt tab not working? Okay, I'm working now.
Level 1.tscn in my file system doc. If I want to try playing this level or running it like I would run my game, I could go up and press the play button, but I would suggest that you don't, because when you press play, it's going to ask you to set the default scene in your entire game project. We're not there yet, so instead I'm simply going to press the play scene or play the current active scene button right here. If I press it, Godot will launch and I will see my game run. There it is, and our game looks really boring. Why am I not seeing the same game world with my sky and my brown floor? Instead, I'm just seeing gray. Well, that's for a few reasons. Number one,
there's no light.
in order to see your world, you need to have a camera in your game level. So
there's
right
no
now, let's
camera
actually
either,
go
I guess.
into our scene doc. In order to add a child node to our root node, just like if I were to press the plus button, all of the nodes in this tree structure have a parent, and anything that's underneath that you can collapse into that node is a child of that node. This white circle here is the root node or the parent node of all other nodes in Godot. And when you have a child of this node that is itself a parent of other nodes, that is called a branch. We have to create the same sort of a tree structure with parents and children and branches with their own children in our scene. So before you ever add any nodes, you should always select the node that you want to be the parent of what you are about to add. So I'll click on the little icon for level 1 and I'll press plus, and I'm going to do a little search here for camera. And if I just type in camera, of course,
everyone just
if I don't want to
knows.
search,
So camera, camera.
You can find the camera 3D for a 3D scene under node 3D, and then it's right here. It's called camera 3D.
remember how this bit
In
started.
fact, there are different types of cameras.
Well, I mean, the first time we did it was when I was playing Little Nightmares 1, and I told you to stop it.
We'll just select that one, and I'll press create. When you do that, it will add a child node to the node that you just had.
No, see, I was just asking for a little favor, because, you know, I don't really like cigarettes that much.
Selected, which means that we have a camera
Well, I put the camera in. Camera!
3D in our level 1. Our camera
Buzzers will
3D,
hear
if I
you.
go ahead and
Oh,
zoom
no.
way in, you will see it right here. And of course, you can use these controls on screen. They are called gizmos to move and rotate the camera. We don't have anything to
lose your
look at with
brand
our
deal.
camera.
I don't have
but
a
if I just
brand
move
deal.
the camera back by grabbing the Z blue movement or transform handle, and then the Y transform to move it up. I can have my camera a little bit back,
Yay.
looking at the origin of my scene, where the Y, Z, and X axes in my world meet. Let's go ahead and see what this looks like if I press Control S to save, and I can go up and press the play scene button. My game will launch, and at least now I can see through my camera at the middle of my scene. And that is as far as we're going to get in this lesson. In this lesson, we have covered how to create a new game project in Godot. We've done a quick overview of the different parts of the Godot editor interface, including how to add nodes to create a game level, including a camera, and before that, a root node 3D. And we have saved our scene and tried running our game level. It's worked, but we don't have anything in our game environment yet, not even a sky or an environment, as it were.
Is that a Final Fantasy thing?
In the next lessons in this course, but that'll be it for this one. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
The big plant monster? You think I'm gonna remember the names of the monsters? Avoided strangely entranced by many sick friend. But isn't you in the attacks called bad breath? No, I know which one you're talking about. The big mouthy ones. Which like just pretty much just poisons your entire party, and if you get hit by it, you're pretty much just dead. Because it does like every single fucking status effect ever. And nobody noticed. Anyway, this stream is sponsored by. Okay, next tutorial.
Alright, in this lesson we're going to begin constructing our 3D
Rogue
game
energy.
level. What that
right, I have a rogue energy thing. You want 10% off your next order at Rogue Energy? Go down below into the panels and click on the link and use code Akane for 10% off. For like pennies off. I mean, if enough people do it, you guys can get like 25% off, I think. If enough people order. Yeah. But no one's actually ordered from it yet, so kind of considering just getting rid of it, because like it's just there and like I don't need it to be there. I doubt anyone's actually gonna order from it. Not Gamer Subs, G Fuel or Sneak, but fuck it, we're already here. I had no money. Aw. I would love to get a sponsor from Gamer Subs. That's the one I want, but they never replied to my email, so... Payout they gave you was worth it, I would. Yeah. They don't really give me much. You want the Iconic Cup? Yeah. You have 30p if I do. Yeah, I'd probably get like 30p or something. They're expensive even with the code. Might just get rid of it and you know, wait until I'm a bit more popular and actually try again to get Gamer Subs. Because that's what I really want. Like, I want to get big enough where they'll give me my own flavor of drink and my own cup. Rondar. I don't want to be sponsored by Radnor. They don't even know what lemon tastes like. They think everything tastes like apple juice. Gamer Slugs already stole my image. Oh no. Apple. I mean, I like apple juice, it's just it's not what I wanted when I bought lemon and lime. Just one backer really likes apple juice. Apple is the least of the juices, unless you put 35% of it in the drink and only 1% lemon. Like literally, the lemon and lime drink I got from Radnor, it was 35% apple, 2% lemon, 2% lime. How do they expect the lemon and lime to come through over the apple with those kind of percentages? It's dumb! And then like there was another like 30% of like white grape. Why? Why grape? Orange, cranberry, pineapple, blueberry, grape, apple, everything else. For the delicate palate of those who eat Pasta King on the daily. I wish I could eat Pasta King on the daily. That stuff was awesome.
Means is, in this video, we're going to begin constructing 3D physical
Pasta
objects.
King? Pasta King is a thing that we had in school before Jamie Oliver happened. Basically, they give you like a styrofoam like cup, big cup, styrofoam jar cup thing, and they just like dump pasta into it, and then you choose what toppings you want on that pasta. I always went for like extra cheese, and I got cheese and baked beans. That was my thing, right? And then like I mixed it all together, and it was like so good. Baked beans, yeah. On pasta, yes. Baked beans and pasta and cheese. Stop doing cheese for us, ah. This grounds for divorce. What? What's wrong with baked beans? I like baked beans. But people just got plain pasta. Are you British? I'm British. And bought their own butter. Oh my god. Like beans not but on pasta? Yes, on pasta! It's good! If you think baked beans is bad, you probably don't want to know what else I put on baked beans. Not on baked beans, on pasta. You don't want to know what else I put on pasta. Beans over toast and breakfast or camping only. No, I like baked beans though. Same sauce as spaghetti hoops. Think you're right, you put pasta in your baked beans. But no, I put some weird things in my pasta, and it's all been good. Like, you guys ever tried, pasta, butter, and Marmite? You ever tried that? That stuff good. And tomato sauce is almost as bad as recipe toast is bread. It's just good, right?
Objects that you can see, and more importantly, objects that other objects can bump into. In this lesson, we're going to be adding a floor into our game level, which is a 3D solid object that you can see. And we're going to learn how to create reusable objects, which are going to be falling blocks that we can create as many of as we want in our game level. And the neat things about these falling blocks is that they can actually fall with gravity using Godot's built-in physics engine, and they can bump into each other and into other objects like our ground in our game level. Let's go ahead and jump in. On my desktop here, I have the Godot game engine icon, and if I go ahead and open up Godot, you can see that I have my project listed here. Just in case you're not aware, and I'll cover this right at the beginning of this course, if you open up the Godot editor and you do not see your project listed, I'm going to go ahead and select my game project and press remove. And remove what you can do is simply take your game project folder right here and drag it into
I thought the bread
this
toasting was a
project
joke.
manager. And
No,
let
Arisa
go,
thinks bread is
and it will
toast.
add itself into the list of projects you can go ahead and double click on to open. You can also open up that project folder and find the file that ends with .godot. That file will probably be called project.godot, and if you find that file, you can also drag it specifically into your project manager, and it'll show up.
Bread is bread. Okay. Oh. Okay, so Arisa thinks that like this stuff here, this stuff is toast. Arisa thinks this stuff is toast, right? And she thinks this is toast. She thinks this is toast. When clearly it's not, it's bread. The fact that I typed in bread and it came up means it's bread. Like, there's no toast on here. No toast. There's no toast. That may be toast. That's maybe toast. It's got like burnt edges. This is toast. This here is toast. We just call it toast, okay? But it's clearly not toast. It's bread. Like this here, right here, toast. Make it up, but it's clearly bread. It's just bread, because it's not gonna be toast unless you toast it. The act of toasting it makes it become toast. In the same way as baking cookie dough turns it into a cookie. Holding a licorice vine. Ah, a crisp. I think bread is full of sugar, like sun-dried tomatoes on it. Wow. Ew, licorice. I hate licorice. The last time I tried to eat licorice, I almost threw up. You monsters. It tastes really bad. It tastes icky.
Up in this list, just like it did before for me, okay? Let's go ahead and double click on the project to open it up. As of the last lesson in this course, we made a level 1 game scene in the Godot editor. In this level 1, we have a root node as well as a camera.
It tastes real
to
bad.
add a physical object, a floor into our game level, we have to begin by adding a type of node into our scene.
It's like
Recall
sadness
that in the
and
last
bad
video,
vibes.
the way that we add objects into our game is by selecting the root node of our current scene. And by the way, if you don't have your scene currently open, I'll close mine. You can find it called level1.tscn down here in the file system dock on the bottom left of the Godot editor. I'll go ahead and double click on it to open it up. If I select the root node of my scene, I can then add objects into my game level. I'm going to select that root node and press plus because the type of object we're going to add for a floor is considered a physics object in Godot.
The
It's a physics
sadness and bad
object
vibes is what we
because
have.
it exists in a world
It's like
with
home.
physics, and that means that other objects like your character, like falling blocks, can collide with it. So if I find the section, the branch of this node tree called Node 3D, and I expand that out, and then I find a section here called Collision Object 3D, and I'll expand that branch out, and then physics body 3D and expand that section out. Don't worry if you're not following along with me here. I'll go ahead and show you how to search for this in just a moment.
You just
But if
type
I
in the
keep
name.
digging into physics body 3D, I've opened that branch up. There are types of physical objects here, including one called a static body 3D.
Static
This is actually a
body.
branch on its own, and I could expand it out and find animatable body 3D, but I'm just going to stick with one called static body. Static in this case means not moving, which is what we want our floor to not do. We don't want our floor to move. So I'm going to select that type of node. If you just want to search for static and find that exact node, it's a red one. It's called static body 3D.
Okay, we got static body 3D. We put those in the root, right? Don't fuck your brother. You know, don't do that. Don't do that. Static body 3D. There we go.
I'll double click on it to add it into my game level. There it is. It
We
should
give
be
it a
a
collision
direct
thing.
child. That means there's a direct line indented just once here below my game level because I had my level 1 root node selected when I pressed the plus and added this node in the first place. So now what I'll do here is name this node. If I double click on its name, I can select the text here, and I'm going to name this floor and press
Floor.
enter.
Okay, I'm gonna rename it Floor. FPS? Hang on. Oh my god. Is this because I have the Steam FPS counter up? Thanks, Steam. This Steam version, I know, right? Okay.
So now that static body 2D is my floor. However, you'll notice that in the scene, in your actual 3D viewport, you don't see anything. You have it selected, and you have these control
My favorite
gizmos
clip
on
of
your
the
screen
night.
that you can move the floor around with. Don't do that though. You could, but we can't see anything right now because it turns out there's an error in my scene. If I go ahead and click on this little warning here, it tells me what's wrong. It says this node has no shape, so it can't collide or interact with other
supposed to say
objects.
gunpoint?
Consider
I
adding
don't
a
think you
collision
were.
shape 3D or collision polygon 3D as a child of it to define its shape. That's what's wrong. We have a physics object, but it doesn't know what it should look like, and it doesn't know what its boundaries are. In other words, what its collision surface is, where its force field is, where other objects will collide with it. So I'm going to select that floor, and we're going to add 2 children nodes to it. When you construct an object in Godot, it's very common that you combine multiple nodes together in a little mini hierarchy so that you have an object with children, and the children give that object more information. In this case, I'm going to select the floor node that I just added, and I'm going to press the plus button. I'm going to add a node, and I'll see if I can find it manually. Here, I'll clear out my search. It should be under Node 3D. It should be under Visual Instance. What we're looking for here is under Geometry Instance, perhaps?
Geometry.
Yes, it is called Mesh Instance 3D.
Mesh
We want to
Instance.
add a 3D mesh object, like with polygons, into the scene, which is going to be a cube for our floor. We're going to stretch that floor out, but it's going to be a basic cube. If you don't want to find it in this node tree...
Okay, so no. Nope, that one. So we want a mesh instance. Ta-da! Where is it? Let's move this camera as well. Camera's kind of like in the way. There we go. And then we want to give this one probably a cube, right? New box mesh. There it is.
structure, you can simply search for mesh, and then I'll find it here. Mesh Instance 3D is what you want. I'll double click on it, and if you did it right, you'll see that it's now a child of the floor because I just had my floor selected and we added it. Okay, this mesh instance doesn't look like anything either until we select it and go over to the inspector on the right side of the Godot editor. The inspector will show you properties of the current node
Relax with
that
this
you
stream's
have
official
selected.
sponsor.
So if I have a mesh instance selected, well, I can choose. You can see the first property here of that mesh is empty. Well, the mesh
You could at least get some like sex toy sponsor or something. I don't mind being sponsored by sex toys. That'd be awesome actually if I can get a sponsor from a sex toy company. But it is? Huh? Oh, funky lungs quite as well. No!
Mesh doesn't know what its polygons should be.
Sponsor stream review
so
time.
I'm gonna click right next to
when I get OnlyFans. When I get OnlyFans, we can review sex toys, okay?
the empty here, and I can choose one of the default primitive types of meshes that Godot itself knows how to build for you. I'm going to select, after clicking this little arrow right here, a new box mesh. When I do that,
box mesh,
it makes a new resource, in other words, a primitive type of data that Godot knows how to make right inside of Godot. In this case, now we have a little cube, a box in our game level. If I want to make this box look more like a floor, larger, but maybe not as tall, what I can do is click on this resource.
The 7 out of 10 sex
click
toy.
on the little picture of the cube to expand its
died? Oh no.
resource properties.
Fix it.
And contract it, but I'll expand it, and I can now type in values for the size that I want this cube to be. I want the floor to be quite big, so I'm going to type in maybe 10 meters. And
Stream responds by 14 hours of green fishing. Yeah! I guess you're also watching Hermitcraft. Cutting cable to his floor. Oh no.
0.5, remember that Y.
Always do. I kind of stopped watching the previous season because Mumbo stopped uploading for like a few months. I tried to watch Green for a little bit, but then I was just kind of getting bored. I don't know. Yeah, was I thought between. Last season was a nothing sandwich. Such a waste of time. Ah, because like the main one I watch is Mumbo, but then he kind of like went on a break and stopped uploading Hermitcraft stuff for a bit. And then my second one I watch is Grian, but I was just getting bored of like watching Minecraft at that point, so I just kind of stopped for a while. And then like I'll sometimes watch like Iskal or Scar or something. That gives off very Tom Scott vibes. Don't mention the name of the retirement live video band. Everyone retires.
The y-axis is up and down in Godot. So if I type in 0.5 for y, and then press tab to go to the next data inputs.
Wait, I ran out of Pepsi. No more Pepsi. Scott quit, but everyone else went, oh shit, we can do that? Yeah, pretty much. Oh. You know, love to.
Slot here, it'll make it shorter, half as tall as it was before, and I'll type 10 into the z-axis and.
So I do in 10, 0, 5, 10. Okay. Got a love letter. Okay, so we're going with 10, 0, 5, 10. We got a floor.
Press tab. So I have a 10 by 0.5 by 10.
Then hell never make videos again.
There we go. Is that enough to make a proper floor? Well, it turns out no. This floor, it still has that warning here. It's telling us that it needs a collision shape in order for the physical object, the static body 3D, to know where its force field is, where other objects will collide with it, like its force field. So I'm going to select that floor again, not the mesh instance, but the floor, because I need to add a second child to it. I'm going to select the floor and press plus. I'm going to search for, I'll clear out my search, for what's called a collision shape 3D. Where do I find this? Well, if I dig into the branch called Node 3D,
Just type it in.
it is right
Type it
here.
in.
It's called Collision Shape 3D. Of course, you can search for that. I'll type in COLL, and I'll narrow my search down to that.
Collision
And
Shape
3D is right
3D.
here. I'll go ahead and double click.
Okay, so we're gonna have one of these collision shape 3D. Not the mind.
Click on that to add it. A collision shape 3D is a lot like a mesh instance. We need to give a collision shape a resource. It's giving us a little warning to tell us this, by the way. If I click on the little warning, it tells me a shape must be provided for a collision shape 3D to function. Please create a shape resource for it. What it's telling me is, just like with the mesh node that we just added a moment ago, it needs to know what actual polygons, what type of a mesh to have. Our collision shape needs to know what shape of a force field and the size of the force field this object should have. So if I select that collision shape 3D and go over to the inspector on the right side of the Godot editor, it has a shape property, its first property over here. It's empty, so I'm going to click on the little downward arrow and pick a box shape 3D as its shape. If I selected a new box shape 3D and click to confirm, you can see that it...
Okay, give it a box shape. Got a box.
That same size of, I think...
Wait, why is this not... Why? So it has no shape, so it can't collide or interact. Yes, it has a it's right there. What do you mean? It has a shape right there. What? Huh? I'm gonna have to turn the FPS counter off. Hang on. The interface? Where is it on here? In-game? In-game FPS counter... How do I turn it off? Off. There we go. Just have it turned off for now. Okay. The FPS counter is the worst FPS counter I've seen. It's not that bad.
I think it's 2 by 2 by 2 for the collision shape size. How do I change the size of this one? Well, like with the mesh, I can click on the box shape to expand its properties, or I can click to collapse that section as well. I can type values directly in, but I can also, in this case, because it's a collision shape, grab these little pink handles and stretch out. Hopefully you can see what I'm doing here. Stretch out that collision shape so it's approximately the right size, 10 meters across, and then I can go up here to its size and just type in manually 10 and press enter to confirm that. I'll do the same thing with the Z-axis as well. I'll drag that little pink handle and then just...
To me, as I do the banking here, the king might die before I even see a banknote with his stupid racist fucking face on it. Oh, is he racist as well? Right, I forgot the notes were meant to change with his face on it. Fastest monarch in the West. Who we got next after the current king dies? Because I don't really pay attention to the royal family because I do not care about them in the slightest. Imagine waiting 6 years to be king and then getting less than a year. Let's waste money on changing picture on money. Yeah. I mean, in general, we're wasting money on just having a monarch in the first place.
Change it to 10 and press enter, and it's still too tall. So I'll make it a little bit shorter, but then type in 0.5.
Well, yeah, just use the same dimensions as the previous one, right? So 10, 0.5, 10. Like that. I believe it's William. Which one was that? Well, mine should just have the picture of Bill Goldberg on it. Or we just get rid of money. Let's get rid of money. Mold one. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the family at all. Down to the economy. Get a goatee. Ah. Okay, why is this saying this node has no shape? Yes, it does. What are you talking about? Yeah, it has a mesh instance in mesh instance 3D. But oh, it needs to be part of that. Oh, I made it a child in the wrong thing. Okay. It looks like Cam's corner, but posh. I don't know what that is either. Thank you so much, children. Yeah.
And press enter to make it exactly the same size as the mesh. I can go ahead and hide the mesh to just see the collision shape, and hopefully if I show and hide it, I can see that they're exactly the
still don't know who that
size
is.
and in the exact same position. By the way, if you accidentally move your collision shape up or your mesh in some weird position, you can always select that node, go to the transform section of the properties in the inspector, and reset the position to 0 and 0 and 0 to reset it back.
Rude. What do you mean rude?
Okay, so now we've constructed a floor for a 3D game level. How do I actually move my entire floor all at the same time? Because right now, if I select the floor over here in the C dock and I use my little move tool, by the way, if I have my arrow tool selected, it'll give me all of the options for moving and rotating my selected object. I'm going to press Ctrl Z to undo that move. If you have the move tool selected, you only have move or rotate or scale, depending on which tool.
Okay, most of the stuff we learned yesterday, I get this stuff. I get it.
The tool is a good one to stick with most of the time. If I select the floor, the root node of the floor object, in other words, the static body 2D, and I move it, well, you could move the floor this way, but I'm going to warn you to actually do one little step before you try moving your floor around. I'll press Ctrl Z on my keyboard to put it back at 0, 0, 0 in my world. What you'll want to do here to make sure that you don't accidentally select just the mesh and move just the mesh around and then have to move the collision shape separately. But even when you do that, well, if you select the floor, you'll notice the floor still thinks it's at 0, 0, 0 in the world.
You gotta move the root object.
To avoid all this headache, what you can do is I'll press Ctrl Z a few times to put everything back to the middle of my world at 0, 0, 0. What you'll want to do is group your floor together. And what that means is if you select your floor and press, it's right here, this little icon on your screen on the top bar, it looks like a little piece of abstract art. If you press this button, this is called the Group Selected Nodes button, and it makes sure that selected nodes' children are not selectable. So if I select the floor and I press that button, you'll see that same little icon show up right next to the floor. It means that it's grouped with its children. And that means if you simply click in your 3D editor on that object, it will not...
Okay, that's useful. So we do that, and we can just click on the thing, and it's always going to click on the floor. Okay.
Select the children of the floor, it'll select the floor itself, and then let you move the floor however you want. Okay, so if I move my floor down just a little bit, in fact, what I'll do is I'm going to press the Z button up here in this gizmo that's on screen that shows me which directions I can see my scene from. If I click on a little Z button, it'll take me straight to my rear orthogonal view, but if I click on that button again, it'll take me to my front view.
Fun.
What I'm going to do is move my floor up so that the top of the floor matches where the red line is, where that grid is in my scene. I want the floor to just meet up with that. So that's going to be the floor in my game level. Okay, let's go ahead and do a save. I'll press Control.
Oh, hang on, I want to do that. There we go. now my grid is like perfectly aligned. There we go. It sounds like he has a set of crying salt pepper shakers. Maybe he does.
Control S on my keyboard.
Maybe he does
How does
have
my
some
game
of
level
those.
look when I'm playing it? Well, if I select my level 1 tab
they
up
make
here,
cool sounds.
and I press the play scene button up here, it'll play the currently active scene. With the active tab, it'll play that scene when you press the play scene button. And here it is. It looks very dull, but at least we can see our game floor through our camera. And if you need to move the camera, there's the camera, back or up or rotate it, you can do that to select the floor. Why does it look so, well,
You
gray?
need lights.
Well, our scene actually doesn't have any environment in it right now. We can see an environment, this nice, well, sort of nice sky and horizon and lighting in our editor. However, it's just showing a preview of what a sky and a light setup might look like. If I turn off these two buttons, it turns off the environment and then it turns off the simulated default lighting. You can see what the game level actually looks like. To add our own light, just a simple light for now, into the game level, I'll select my level 1 node here, the root node of my scene, and I'll press plus.
Oh boy.
What I'm going to do here is find...
Yeah, well, he press this right, and then... Okay. Wow. Ooh. Okay, so this one is toggle preview environment. If blood environment node is added to the scene, preview environment is disabled. And this one is toggle preview sunlight.
a light for my scene. Where is that? Well, it's under Node 3D, it's under Visual Instance, and I believe it is called, where is it? Light 3D.
Light.
And I'm going to add a type of light called a directional light 3D. If you just search for direct like that, you'll find it, and I can double click on it. It'll add a light as a child, a direct child of level.
Okay, hang on. We're gonna add a directional light, like that. And if we turn off all the lights and stuff. Like that. And then rotate it, and we got lights. Light!
One, what this light will do is if I move it up and rotate it to point sort of downward, but maybe diagonally downward, is it'll light our entire world with a nice kind of even sunlight that reaches every corner of my game world all at once. It's kind of
Is that all the
nice.
things
So if I
that could be
drag
used
this
to
light
use
object
child?
up, if I select it and then move it straight up, you can see it looks like a sun. And if I rotate it to point downwards, maybe not perfectly downwards, maybe I'll rotate it a little bit on a couple directions to make it a nice diagonal light like that. In fact, I'm going to make it so that it kind of points away from the camera in my game level, so that when my camera looks at my scene, the light will be shining on the front of the objects from where the camera can see the objects, so the objects don't look like they're in shadows. So what I'll do here is I'll drag the light up and over a little bit, just so it has a little bit of a top perspective as we're looking at it. Great. Let's go ahead and do a Control S to save, and I'll go ahead and press play scene to see how our scene looks now. And now you can see we have some even lighting in our environment. To make some objects in this game level besides our ground, we're actually going to do something a little bit different here. You've seen in the first part of this video how we construct a 3D physical object in a game level. We've made our floor. When you make a physical object in Godot, usually it's made out of 3 different nodes you make into a little structure exactly as we have here. The first node is often the physical type of object that object exists as in your scene. In this case, we made our floor a static body 3D. Your static body, though, doesn't know what it looks like. So another node that makes up
Good night,
your
good
object
night.
should be how that type of object looks. In this case, a mesh instance of a
15
stretched
minutes.
out cube.
But I'm game
Lastly,
devin.
the physics object, in this case the static body 3D, needs to know its collision bounds. And for that, we added a collision shape 3D.
Not sure if I want to do. Well, do it.
So we have a nice little set of 3 nodes,
Right.
1 parent, 2 children to make an object. However, if we make all objects like this in our level 1,
Convince me.
like if I were to
I
make
did
a
it.
falling
Good.
block and I made a physical object with a mesh and a collision shape, we could do that.
Another question: why people send me the most fucked up images on Discord? I don't know. Say something together, but I'm programming right now. I'm game deving.
And build it in such a way that it actually follows with gravity right in this scene. However, if I want to take that same block object and add it into different levels,
After? Rejection. I don't know. Damn. I mean, here's the thing, though. Did you know I have demand avoidance? I have the demand avoidance thing. I'm still issuing their private stuff with a 9mm handgun to prompt gay furry porn. Why can't anyone send me something like a decently normal meme? Like, not cropped furry gay porn. Why is it cropped? Well, now no wanna. That's 2 very different things. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't vibe with the shooting privates off with the gun. But you know, gay furry porn? Yeah. You play with everyone else? Yeah, but everyone else doesn't ask me like 12 times a day. King! Hi. Ah.
well, that would be trickier. So what you actually do in Godot is
Play with
you
me.
make every
What? You never asked to play with me. Does that count as another rejection? I'm gonna start telling me. Fair enough. If I don't say anything, you never would ask yourself. I might, but the more you ask, the less I'm gonna do it. Only happens in the cult orgies.
object that you want to reuse across different levels has their own separate scene to begin with. So, to make a falling block object, we're going to go up this row of tabs where we created our first scene in the last lesson. I'm going to press this new plus to add a new empty scene. It's just going to be a block object that's reusable. If I go back to level 1, of course I can still be in this scene and work on it, but now I can switch scenes just like tabs in a web browser. To make a falling block
cursed? I'd say my code isn't very cursed. I think my code is perfectly fine. No faith in humanity. This is why I'm always in biz. Ah.
I'm gonna start off this scene with one of these default options. We're gonna create a
your code is just horny?
Right away.
It's the horny code. It has a chronic lack of both beds and myself. If we have beds, Got found. You got found? Uh-oh. Were you hiding? I quit. Ah! I just left. Ah! You can just shout amazing. Yeah, you can just say my bad. So that people know who I am. Oh no.
By pressing this plus and adding the type of physical object we want.
What does it call? It involves a somewhat normal DM intake.
In this case,
I'll
if
join
I clear up
as
my last search,
it's probably got
the
normal
type of node
DMs.
that a falling block is going to be one of those
Probably.
physics type of objects. If I go under node 3D and then under, if I can move my mouse to get this prompt out of the way, if I go under collision object 3D and then physics body 3D, it turns out that unlike a static body 3D, which do not fall with gravity on their own, that there is a type of node called a rigid body 3D. And if I read the description of this very quickly, down here if I select it, I can read a physics body which is moved by 3D physics simulation, useful for objects that have gravity and can be pushed by other objects. And that's exactly what I want. So I'm going to select rigid body 3D. You can search for rigid and find it pretty easily like that. I'll go ahead and double click. And that node, not a...
Okay, hang on. So we're adding a rigid body. We got a new scene. Let's save this. New scene, we're adding a just straight up rigid body. Like that. Okay.
Node 3D, like we started off our level with, should be the root node. So rigid body is the root node.
Already have enough of those.
Not a node 3D. To make our rigid body actually look like something, I'm going to select the root node here, and just like with our floor, I'm going to press plus, and I'm going to add a mesh instance 3D, which I have down here in my recent lists here, so I can just double click right there to add a mesh. I don't have to search for it or find it.
Mesh instance. No horny DMs for panda, guys. Yep. No horny for panda. Okay, so adding a mesh instance.
That's no tree anymore. It's in my recents list, which is nice. So I can select that mesh instance 3D.
I roll
I can go
freedom
over
of
the
speech
inspector.
decided to bite
I
me in
can
the
make
ass.
it have
Oh no.
a mesh. I'll add a default. Ooh, let's add a cube mesh, which is right here called box mesh.
Adding a box. Gonna be a box. Box mesh.
And once I add that, you'll see what it looks like. If I turn on that fake or temporary lighting and environment, you'll see how it look in a more proper level. But again, we don't have any lighting or any cameras in the scene at all, and we won't. Okay? So now I need to go back to my rigid body 3D and add one more thing. It has that same warning from before. It needs a collision shape 3D in order to work properly. So I'm going to select the root node. I'll press plus. I'm going to go to my recents list here and select a collision shape.
Collision shape. Easy. We'll just do that. We go whoop and we go wah. And we just add a box one, right? We just add a box and it'll be already like perfect. Let's be a dictator.
And double click on it just like that. It has a warning, of course, the exact same as just a few minutes ago. We need to give it a shape, and so I'll select it. I'll go over to the shape property in the inspector, and I'll give it a new box shape 3D collision shape, just like that. And because I didn't change the shape of my mesh, my default cube mesh, and I'm not changing the shape of my collision shape, it will just work. They're the same exact size by default. Isn't that handy? That's it. I think we're good. If I save this scene, it's not saved right now. I'll press Control S on my keyboard. I can save this as rigid body 3D. No. I'm going to press cancel. It's a good habit to get into to name your objects.
Name
the objects to start. I'm going to call this block.
Block.
Capital B.
Oh, okay. It's gonna be called block. There we go.
And I'll press enter. There we go. If I now save this scene, Control S, Godot is smart enough to recommend the name that you give the root node in the scene to the actual scene file, which ends with .tscn. So block.tscn, Great. It's in my res project folder, which is actually my project folder, and I'll just press save without changing anything.
Okay. So I go blap and blap. Done it.
Now I have a block scene, and it's a rigid body object, which should fall with gravity, but it's not in my level. How do I get this scene into this scene? Well, what you do is you simply select the root node of your scene to add an object to it, but instead of going up to plus to add new, fresh default nodes, what you do is you select the root node and then you press the link button. This link button is called Instantiate Child Scene. If I press the link button, it'll let me choose what other scene I want to make an instance of in my current level 1 scene. In this case, I will select block.tscn. Please never ever take your current scene and add an instance of itself into itself. You don't want to do that, so I'll select block, not itself.
Why the sad face?
Block selected, I'll press open. And now I have that falling block in my game level, of course.
Okay, wait, I wasn't really paying attention, but oh, not that one. We just go over here, right, and go whap, and then we go whap, and we put it in. Why the sad faces? And then that's in. At a weird angle. Why is it at a weird angle?
Of course, I can move it up. You'll notice that I didn't have to press in my block scene that group button like I did for the floor, because this block is its own scene, and I saved it as its own scene, and now I'm making an instance of the block in my level 1 scene.
Yeah. Oh, my block needs to be on the root. There we go. Just get rid of it. Hang on. Block. There we go. I think I made a child of this directional light. That's why it was weird. There we go. There's my block.
I don't have to press that group together button because scenes automatically group themselves together when you make instances of them in another scene. Okay?
Okay, so yeah, it's just like making a
little
prefab.
icon next to the block over here in the scene dock. This little icon shows you that this is an instance of a different scene. And if I didn't have the block scene open, if I close this tab up here, what I could always do if I want to edit the block ever is I can press this little button and it'll jump over it back into the original scene where I can make changes, save those changes,
so yeah, just like
prefabs, and then go back to level 1, and it will affect all of the instances of this block in all of my game levels simply by editing the original one again. So changes you make in one scene will propagate out to all of the instances of that scene in all of your game levels. So now I can take the block, I can move it up, and maybe I'll rotate it a little bit just to see what happens. If I go ahead and press Control S to save, and then I'll go ahead and press play scene. We can see it falls and kind of tumbles a little bit. Now you'll notice that our light.
Man, I want to do that. And whap, like that, and like that. Make it land on its like pointy bit. We need the camera to move somewhere as well. So move camera. Now I want to split my view. The two ports and have this one the camera one. Then out that way I can see better the things like that. No, the arrows! Ah! There we go. And then we play just the scene. Whap, whap. Yay!
Light does not have, or it's not casting any shadows, which makes things hard to see. So I'm going to fix that. I'm going to select that directional light 3D, and over in the inspector, if I go to the shadow section of the properties, I can enable shadows.
We need to enable shadows. Shadow enable. Oh, shadow!
on. And now we see a shadow being cast by the cube on the floor, and that will look especially good when I save, Control S, and press play scene again, because now I'll see a shadow underneath the block, and it'll land, and that'll look great. Can I make more blocks or more instances of that same block in my level? Of course I can. If I select this block, I can simply right-click on it and say duplicate. But before I do that, what I might do is change this block instance's name to block 1. And then if I duplicate it, Godot is smart enough to name the next one block 2. Isn't that nice? If I move this block up, maybe...
Okay, that's pretty cool. In Unity, all it does is like, if you duplicate something, it puts in brackets like 1, 2, 3, 4. This one actually changes the number itself instead of putting it in brackets. That's pretty nice. I like
I'll
that.
move it over a little bit. Maybe I'll rotate it. I now have 2 blocks that might interact in interesting ways. Maybe I'll move that one over like that and move it a little bit up. Let's go ahead and press play scene to see what this looks like. Hey, look at that. Some tumbling blocks.
Maybe use
What I'll do is take both blocks. If I hold shift, I can grab multiple blocks there. I'll duplicate them both at the same time. I'll then move them both up, block 3 and 4. I'll rotate them, and let's go ahead and save, Control S, and I'll press play scene. And now we have some nice falling blocks. There we go. Okay, so in this lesson we have learned how to construct 3D physical objects in our 3D environment for our game level. We have learned how to construct a floor, starting with a static body 3D object, as well as using a simple 3D mesh object and a collision shape. In doing so, we learned about the inspector and different properties of each type of object in the inspector, including how to make a resource like a primitive mesh or a primitive collision shape for our collision shape 3D. And in this lesson, we learned how to make reusable objects in their own scenes.
In 2 hours,
making the entire object as we normally would in a different scene. You can then reuse that object and instances of it in different game levels. And if you update or change the original scene and save it and go back to anywhere there's an instance of that type of object, it will make changes to that object there. I'll quickly do a demo.
How many videos we got to go through? There's like 7 of them. All of them are like 20, there's 13, 28, 36, 25, 38. They're pretty small tutorials. Huh.
Demo of this, if I go back to my block scene, take the mesh instance, go to its mesh and expand out its mesh resources properties. If I change the mesh to be only 0.5 meters tall, and then I change the collision shape to also be, I'll expand out the box shape resources properties here. I'll type in the same 0.5 meters on the y-axis. Now that block is half as tall. If I save this scene, Control S, and I go back to my level 1 scene, you can see that now all of the blocks have been updated to be that same exact size and shape. And if I press
the whole
play
scene thing is essentially just making
all of those
prefabs.
new blocks fall in a different way. Okay? That will be it for this one, though. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Okay. Okay, next video. What are we doing this one? Player object plus move and jump script. We're doing fancy stuff this time.
Alright, in this lesson we're going to be adding a character object into our game level, and for the first time in this lesson we're going to be adding some code, a script file, onto our game character object so that the player can control the game character object using arrow keys and the spacebar on the keyboard to make the little character move in the game level forward and back and left and right with the arrow keys, as well as jump with the spacebar. So in this lesson, for the first time, you're going to see a little bit of GD script.
Hang on, since this is going to be programming, I think I might need to set up like a separate screen or something. Hang on. If I do that. And I need like a window capture. Oh, yeah, that's what I want. Yeah. Ba, 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 ba. Totally fine. Okay. So that is. If I do that. Okay. So if I do something like this, because then I can have my thing up. I can move this over to my other screen. like that. Okay, how's that look on here? Right, it's a little small for you guys, but you can at least kind of see what's happening and what I'm looking at. Yeah. That's probably fine, right?
Godot's native scripting language, which allows you to code your game as you want.
That's fine.
Let's go ahead and jump in. The first thing we'll do is, just like in the last lesson in this course, where we constructed our falling block objects as different scenes, and then we made instances of those scenes in our level 1 game scene, is we're going to make our game character as a reusable object in a separate scene. So to do that, I'll go up to the top bar here and press this little plus. So we're making a new empty scene.
New scene.
And when you make a new empty scene, that will be an object and not a whole game level. You never ever start that scene with one of these default options here. You're going to start the object in the scene. The root node of it is going to be the type of physical object you want that type of object to be. So I'm going to press the plus up here instead, and I'm going to find the type of node that will make a physical character object. That type of object is under node 3D, which is pretty common because we're making a 3D game. And it is under collision object, this branch here. And under the branch called physics body 3D, we're going to find the type of physics object that you can use to code movement on, and that is called a character body 3D. So if you want to search for this up top, you can just type in CHAR for char, and you'll find it. It's the red one, not the blue one, character body 2D. I'll go ahead and double click on that, and that should be the first node that we've added into this scene tree, making the root node. This is my character, but of course we can't see it yet until we add another child node in Mesh Instance 3D. So I'm going to select this root node, I'm going to press the plus to add a new node, and I'm going to use one of my recent nodes here called Mesh Instance 3D.
Mesh Instance 3D,
for the floor, as well as for the falling blocks. In the last lesson in this course, we used this Mesh Instance 3D a few times. You can of course search for it, but here it is, Mesh Instance 3D.
And this one gives shape to the thing, so... Yeah.
When I've added a mesh instance, it does not look like anything, of course, until I select it and go over to the inspector, where I can give it a new mesh resource. Of course, I can click on this little arrow here and choose the type of shape that I want this character to be. For now, we're just going to make this character a cube, because a cube is easy to tell which direction it's facing, if it's turning or not. If we use something like a cylinder, well, you can't really tell if a cylinder is spinning or turning or looking left and right. So a cube is good for now. I'll select a box mesh, just like that. There is the character's mesh. It's simple. If we want to see it with lighting, we can turn on our environment and our simulated temporary lighting, just like that. We need to make sure that this warning goes away. So I click on the warning. It says, this node has no shape, so it can't collide or interact with other objects. Consider adding a collision shape 3D or collision polygon 3D as a child to define its shape. What it's telling us to do, of course, is to select the node again and give it another child besides the mesh. The mesh is, again, not enough to give this physical object boundaries or a collision force field, if you will. You need to select the character body 3D and add to it a collision shape 3D. You can, of course, search for it or use it from your recents if you have it
Collision shape 3D.
And go ahead and just double click on it in my recents.
That's probably just going to be a box shape as well, right?
Node tree here. It should be a direct child of your character body 3D, not a child of the mesh like that. That's wrong. So I'll drag it onto the character body 3D to reparent it to the character body 3D, just like that. It has a warning though. If I click on the warning, it says a shape must be provided for a collision shape 3D to
I already
function.
gave it a shape.
Please
I did
create
that.
a shape resource for it. What it's telling me is that I have to select that collision shape and actually tell it what shape the force field should be. So I'll go over to the shape property with the collision shape selected, and I'll give the collision shape 3D a shape resource. I'm going to use that same box shape, which will match the exact same size as the default cube size. If I go ahead and hide that mesh instance 3D by clicking on the little eyeball, you'll see that the force field, the collision shape, is the same size as the box, which is exactly what we want. I'm going to give my character a name. My character, I can double click on the root node's name. I'm going to name my character Steve. Steve with a capital S in my case.
Well, hell, what are we naming our character? What is this character gonna be called? Because I don't want to call him Steve. Box Johnson. Too long, too many names. There's one singular name. Cuba. That's already a name of a character. Bulls the gamer. No. Or names are names already? What? I guess. Unless we invent a new name right now. Scrimble? Alright, Scrimble. Scrimble. This is Scrimble.
So you can name your character whatever you want. I would recommend that you do not put any spaces or special characters, no dashes or dollar signs, just one word and no spaces. Make it simple. It'll make your life easier later on. Trust me on that one. If I go ahead and save now, Control S, I'm saving this scene as a TSCN file, and it'll auto-name the same name as my root node, but in all lowercase, and that's fine. It's saving it into my project folder. I'll press save. There we go. I'm done this scene. If I go back to level 1, I can add Steve into this level by selecting the root node, so your character gets added as a child of the root node and not a child of some other object in your scene. So I'll select that root node. I'm going to press the link button,
It's a
and I'll select the scene
Scrimble.
that I want to make an instance of in level 1, which is what that link button does. It's called the instantiate other scene button.
That's
I can't
like-
quite recall what it's called. I'm going to select that Steve scene and press open, and now we have an instance of Steve in the level. If I move Steve up, maybe I'll move him over a little bit, you're going to see what happens pretty quick. Just a note before we run this game, I'm going to organize my scene tree a little bit better. I have all 4 of these blocks. If you added more than 4, then you're going to start to have a cluttered scene tree here. What I'm going to recommend that you do is you put all of the following blocks into a folder of sorts. If I select the root node of my scene, this root node is called a node 3D. That's the type of node that it is. And a node 3D is essentially just a container for 3D objects in your world. Well, it turns out you can use these just like a folder, which you can then collapse just like that. What we'll do here is if I select level 1 and press plus, I'm going to add another node 3D. I'll just search for it up at the top, node, and then I'll select node 3D and double click. I'm going to name this node blocks, and I'll press enter. And what I can do is select all of these blocks. So I'll hold shift after I select the first one, and select the last one with shift held down on my keyboard. And then I can
it's like
drag
grouping them
all
with
4
empty
blocks
game objects.
over top of
Okay.
this blocks folder and let go. And now we have a new little branch of this overall scene tree. And I can collapse blocks and expand it to see them all. Okay, that's a little trick to keep your node scene tree organized. You can also drag items around. So if I want Steve to be on the bottom, I can just drag him right below, not onto the folder, but just below it. There we go. What happens if I save and run this? I will press Control S to save. I will make sure my level 1 scene tab is the active tab with the blue line. That makes sure that when you press the play scene button, it actually plays this scene. And now you can see I have my little Steve character in my game level. It's off to the side, so the blocks did not fall on him. That's a good thing. But I'm pressing the arrow keys and the spacebar on my keyboard, and nothing is happening. Why not? Because
we don't have control set up.
Add interactivity into your game, you need to add some code. You need to program your game. How do you do that? Well, if I go back to my Steve character, there's a little button right here. I don't want you to press it quite yet, but this button adds a script, a code file where you can do programming in GD script.
I don't have the I don't have to right click and attach. I can just press a button up here.
Now we could add a script file with code onto this Steve. However, this is just one instance of Steve in this level. What I should do instead
do it in the prefab.
Is go over to my original Steve scene. If you don't have that open, you can simply click on the little clapboard scene icon next to Steve to open it up again. And we're going to select the root node of Steve in his own scene. And I'm going to now press the Add Script button.
Add Script.
Just like that. Okay?
Add
this little pop-up will appear. It says Attach Node Script. This is going to make a new code file called steve.gd. The language is GD script. That's good. That's what we'll be using in this course.
Yeah.
This code file is going to be able to inherit the functionality of what Godot has built in to all character body physics objects. Character body physics objects, like Steve, have certain methods and variables that you can use to make them move and behave like you want. Trust me, you don't want to change this default line. It's great. Make sure it is that. If you don't have that, you click on the wrong thing before you press Add Script. The template we're going to use is one that's going to give us code for character movement without doing any work at all.
Okay, so this one, I'm just using the defaults and stuff. The yesterday's tutorial made me do it all by scratch.
We're not going to keep this code exactly the way that it is, but if you were to add just an empty piece of script, you would have to code it all from scratch. We're going to start off by using the Character Body 3D basic movement code that Godot gives you off the bat. We're not going to change anything here, in fact. We're just going to press Create. When we do that, Godot makes...
Okay, so we got like... it just gives us a basic movement script already then. That's cool. Okay, so we got constant speed, constant jump velocity, get the gravity from project settings to be synced with the rigid body nodes. Gravity project settings, blah 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 blah. Function project delta, edge gravity. Input direction of and handle the movement declaration. As good practice, you should replace UI actions with custom gameplay actions. Okay, so I'm probably gonna have to make my own stuff and put my own things into these parts here. And ooh, I don't want to do that. Okay.
A script file and attaches it to that root node of Steve. You can see right here there is a little script icon, and you can also see that we've jumped from our 3D workspace over now for the first time into our script workspace. If you're here, don't worry, you can always get back to 3D mode just like that. If you want to see your script, you can click on Steve's little script icon, or simply head yourself back over to the script workspace by clicking the button up at the top. This code file has many lines of code. We're talking about 31 lines of code, including spaces. Now, if you've never seen any code before, this is going to be very overwhelming and you're going to have no idea what's happening. That's okay. Over the next 2 or 3 lessons in this course, we're going to cover the essentials of what you need to know about programming in GD script to be specific. And then we'll start customizing this code and making it exactly what we want to be for the behavior of our Steve character that we want. For now, all we have to do is save. I'm going to press Control S to save Steve's scene. If I go back to the 3D workspace, we now have that script file on this Steve, which now means that on level 1, Steve also has the code file, because when you edit in any way the original scene, all the instances of that type of object, of that scene, will get that same change. So now our game character in our level has that script file. If I select my level 1 scene tab to make it active, and I press the play scene button, well, hey, you'll notice that Steve fell and landed on the ground. And if I press the up arrow key, you can see that Steve moves forward. The down arrow key makes him move back to the right.
Yeah, I want to do that. I want to do that. Wow. Ooh. Wow. We got movement. Wow. It's using the arrow keys though, I don't like it.
And to the left, the lighting is not really good here, and everything has the same default gray material on it. That's okay. Can Steve jump? Yes, Steve can jump with the space bar.
Wow.
Now, if your camera is not pointed in the correct direction, in other words, I have my camera here pointing towards the negative z-axis direction, because if I look up here at my little axes gizmo, you can see that the little z, which points in the positive direction, is pointing to the right, and the blue orb, little ball here, without a z, is pointing to the left. That's the negative z direction. You can see my little camera is pointing in that same negative z direction. If your camera is not pointing that same direction, well, when you play your scene, you might press right or left and it might move your character, well, not in the direction on screen that you see. Don't worry about it. We're going to address that as this course moves forward.
Okay.
You should be able to press all 4 keys and make your little character move and the spacebar to jump. So I'm going to leave this lesson here as
That's the whole lesson?
I'm going to go back to Steve's scene so you can see how I constructed my game character. It's very simple. And if I go back to my script file by clicking on the little icon here, you'll see all of my code right here. Almost all of it anyways. And I'll leave this lesson right here.
We didn't even read a code, we just put in a default and that was it. Okay, next lesson.
So, in the last lesson, we added a simple character into our game level. It's this little cube right here. In the last lesson, we added a piece of script onto the character so that if I go ahead and press the play scene button, my game will launch. Of course, my little blocks will fall. But if I press the up and down arrow keys on the keyboard and right and left arrow keys and the space bar, I can make my little character move forward and back, left and right, as well as jump. In order to do that, we added a little character into our scene, which I named Steve. And on Steve, I added a script file, which if I go ahead and click on that little script icon, it'll switch me over from the 3D workspace into the script workspace, where I can then go ahead and see all of the code that's on Steve. Now, this course is designed for absolute beginners to programming, so in this lesson and in the next lesson, I hope to demystify a lot of what's going on in this code, enough so that you have an idea of how to start working with it and following along with me as we work on this code and other pieces of code in this project to make the game that we want to make. So without further ado, there are 5 things we need to talk about to get us going and up to speed in the wild world of computer programming. First up is language syntax. The word syntax means the rules of a language. GDScript, and this is GDScript 2.0 as of Godot 4, is a new version of this language. The first thing you should know is that this language is case sensitive. So if you type the word velocity, and that is a very important word as you're making your character move in your game level, it matters if you type velocity with a capital V or a lowercase v. Likewise, if you say is on floor, you must capitalize it exactly in the way that Godot or GDScript expects you to. The next thing is tabs or indentation. GDScript, like the language Python, expects you to indent or tab very precisely. You can see in the code editor right here, on the left side of many of these lines of code, you see a little tiny symbol. It looks right like that, and it means there has been a tab typed right there. So So if you do not tab in, if I delete this tab right here on that line of code, the code will no longer work. You can see it's complaining at me with lots of lines of red highlight. It does not like that. You must tab exactly as GDScript expects. So I'm going to go ahead and press tab, not spaces. It must be the tab key on your keyboard to make it work. Common characters. In GDScript, you're going to see lots of characters that you wouldn't normally write in everyday English, like colons. Colons come at the end of some lines.
I know all of this
You're
stuff.
going to also see round brackets or parentheses. You're going to see
I know this
periods
stuff
or
already.
dots between different words, and those are important to have. And you're going to see symbols which are called operators, like the equal sign. You'll also probably see somewhere here or there symbols like plus, minus, times, and divide. Those are all going to be found in a programming language like GDScript. Last up, you're going to see lots of keywords used again and again in a language like GDScript. You're going to see words like function or func. You're going to see things like const, which means constant. You're going to see words like if, else, as well as not. And pay attention to the capitalization of all of those aforementioned words. Before we move on to our next point though, I'm going to have you actually follow along with me and create a new object in our 3D scene. So I'm going to jump back over into the 3D workspace here, and I'm going to select the root node of level 1, and I'm going to press plus to add a new type of node that I haven't mentioned before, and that is going to be found under Node 3D, under Visual Instance 3D, under, if I can get this little prompt to hide itself, I'll click on something else, under Geometry Instance 3D, it is called Sprite 3D, and it's going to be under this little subcategory, and it's called Sprite 3D. It's probably easier just to search for it. Sprite. And there it is, Sprite 3D. We'll go ahead and double click to add one of these into our scene. A Sprite 3D is simply a flat image that you can add into your 3D scene, and it'll show up essentially as a plane or a flat surface which you can rotate and position anywhere you want in your 3D world. So if I select that Sprite 3D and go over to the inspector, it has an empty texture slot right here. What I'm going to do is actually just use the Godot icon, which Godot actually gives us down here in our file system doc. It's called icon.svg. If I have my Sprite 3D node selected and I drag icon.svg into and let go of it right above that empty texture slot, I'll let go. You can see now it shows up right there as a resource.
There it
in
is.
the texture property, but it's also now in our game level right there. And I can go ahead and move it up, and I'm going to move it forward on the Z-axis so it's a little bit closer to my camera. If I go ahead and save this scene, Control S, and I go ahead and press play scene, you can see now that it is a flat surface in my game level that does not act as a physics object. It's just there visually, which is nice. The reason I'm adding this into the game level is because we're going to do a little bit of coding, and you can actually try some coding for yourself on this sprite object. I'm going to go ahead and rename it though. I'm going to call it, by double clicking on it, I'm going to call it icon, like that, okay? I'm going to go ahead and select that node, and I'm going to press the add script button. And when we do that, we can leave everything as the default. It'll name this code file the same name as the node itself, so icon.gd, and I'll press create. When I do that, Godot now opens up that code file in the script workspace, and we can start typing code. The next big topic of this lesson is variables, data types, and constants. What are these? Well, if I go ahead and jump back over to Steve's code, so I'll just simply click on Steve's little script icon right here. You can see that at the top of Steve's code are a couple of variables. Actually, they're called constants, which hold data that Steve needs to know in order to move around. What are variables? Well, back when I was in grade 2, my grade 2 teacher in a math lesson taught me that there are some types of math questions.
I'm realizing I should have got some stockings so I can wear my skirt in winter.
Itself might be something like 3 plus triangle.
But, okay. What you want to get for winter is like the tights. The tights with like the fleecy stuff inside of them. I got some, they're like really thick. And you can wear those with a skirt. And it's really warm. Insulated leggings, pretty much. But they don't look like leggings though. They're just like, they look like normal tights. But they just have like a fluffy inside to keep your legs warm. Yeah. Pass the cake as well.
Equals 7. And therefore, triangle equals what? You're given the answer, but you're expected to fill in one of the blanks, in this case, the value of triangle. Now, later on in later grades, like in middle school and high school, we got used to not using shapes like triangles, we got used to using letters like X and Y, and those values are called variables. A variable in computer programming is like a box. A box that can contain a piece of data. And that's exactly what a variable is in computer programming, except the box is actually like a piece of memory that can hold data in your computer's RAM, or random access memory. In GDScript, in a code file, I'm going to actually now go back over to my icons script file by clicking on the little icon right here. You can add new variables into your code so that your code can remember things that it needs to remember for a little bit later on. An example of this might be if you're creating a game where you're collecting coins in the video game, kind of like we're going to do in this game project, you need to create a variable to keep track and remember later on how many coins you've collected so far as you're playing the game. So at the top of my code, actually right below where it says extends sprite 3D, you can ignore that for now, I'm going to click and type the keyword var. Var creates a new variable. When you make a variable, you have to give it a name, and these names cannot contain spaces, and generally they should not start with numbers, and they should not contain special characters like dollar signs. So I'm going to name this variable coins, and I'm going to assign it a value by using the equal sign. I'm going to say 5, and press enter. There we go. It looks red right now, but the red disappears, and that means that GDScript is likely happy with that line of code. We've created a variable that holds a simple whole number called an integer. And that brings me to my next point, which is variables can hold different types of data. If I make a variable, and you can make as many as you want at the top of your code here, I'm going to make a variable called var name, and I'm going to assign it to, this time, some words. I'm going to say the name of this object is, well, it's a picture of the Godot icon with the little robot, so I'm going to type in robot. There we go. This variable, just like coins, holds a piece of data. However, this time the data is called a string. A string means words that you put in quotation marks. Now, some variables, like coins, work best if the numbers are whole numbers, which are called integers. However, you can make variables that hold numbers with decimal points as well. I can make a variable called, let's say, hearts. And you might be familiar with the idea that when you play some very famous video games, you can have hearts that represent your lives, and those hearts can be a whole heart or a half heart, and you might keep track of those numbers of hearts with a decimal point by saying equals, let's say, 3.5. That would work as well. This type of data is called a float. A float means a number that has a fractional value as a part of it as well, as opposed to an integer.
So I can choose var for everything then.
Oh, you know what? I've realized that I've actually used a variable name that I'm not allowed to use. It's giving me an error here on line 4. It's complaining at me because the word name is actually already taken. I can't make a variable of my own called name because my node, which I have this script file on, already has a built-in variable in its code called name. So I'm not going to use a different variable name. I'm going to say player underscore name. And that should fix it. Okay, so sometimes there are words that you can't use, like if, or else, or func, that Godot already knows about. You have to come up with your own words for variable names. Okay? Now, one of the neat things about variables is that you can change them later on. Later on in your code, if you have a variable to keep track of how many coins you've collected, and that variable has the value 5 assigned into it, well, later on, if you touch another coin and collect that coin, you can change its value. When you want to access a variable later in your code, you don't have to say the keyword var all over again. You can just say the variable name, like coins, and make it equal to a new value, like 6. And that would be perfectly valid if I had put that line of code somewhere where it makes sense lower down in my code. And don't worry, after these next few lessons, this lesson and the next one, you'll understand where you'd have to put that line of code.
Put it in the
actually
place.
work. But just know this is a valid line if it was somewhere else, okay? If we go back to Steve's code though, you'll notice that there are no examples of the keyword var. If I go back and click on Steve's little script icon, you can see that there are variables declared up here at the top. However, they have the keyword const. So what is that all about? If I go back to my icons code, let's go ahead and create one of these. I'm going to say const, and I'm going to give this variable a name of speed. And I'm going to make it equal to 2. Speed. What is this all about? Well, a variable is a piece of data in your program that is meant to be changed later on.
Don't let your brain wrinkle music, your brain won't be aerodynamic anymore. Oh no! I gotta be aerodynamic. Hi Yanni, how are you?
If I have a game where I collect coins, then I'm creating this variable at the very beginning of my game.
Money.
And then later on, hopefully the player actually collects more coins, and that means that this variable's data, the number assigned into the coins variable, hopefully that number will change, and that is possible with a variable. However, there are times in your game programming where you want to create a variable and ensure that it will never ever change as the game is running. This is called a constant, and that's what the keyword const means. In GDScript, you typically name constants with all capital letters, and that's why you see that over in Steve's code. Whereas if you create just variables, as I did for my icon with coins, player name, and hearts, you don't have to use capital letters. Do you have to do this? Do you have to name constants with all uppercase letters? No, you don't. But it's what's called convention. It's what other programmers expect you to do.
I noticed
so
stuff.
to make sure that everyone uses the same standards, you probably should do that as well. Just a couple more things about variables before we move on. The first thing is, if you want to access
how do I
the
comment?
data
I'll keep
inside of a
watching, so I don't have to
variable,
comment in
all you have to do in GDScript is use that variable's name.
I'm gonna assume comments are still with
x. I'm gonna say var x
and stuff.
equals. If I want x to equal coins, well, I can simply access the 5 that's in my coins variable by saying coins. And what this means is that my variable x will get the value of 5.
Then x will then
if
equal
I want to
coins.
make it one more than coins, in other words, I want x to be coins plus 1,
I just noticed something. I don't have to put a freaking semicolon after all these things. I don't have to press semicolon on it anymore. I'm free from the semicolon.
I can do that.
Yay.
I can say coins plus 1. If I want to combine multiple variables together, let's say I want to make x equal to coins plus speed, even though speed is a constant, they're both integer types of data, 5 and 2, so I can say var x equals coins plus speed. Why would I ever do that? I don't know. This is an example, but you'll see things like this all over the place in GDScript, okay? Lastly is that the type of a variable, the data type that you assign to a variable, like var coins is being assigned the value 5, which is an integer, is dynamic. And what does that mean? Well, coins right now has an integer value assigned to it, but later on, if I want to make coins be a different type of data, like a string, words with quotation marks, I can do that. I can say coins equals Fred. And when I do that, and if I type it correctly, coins equals Fred, that would be a valid line of code, again, if I put this in a proper location, not at the very top of my code. We'll get to that a little bit later in this lesson. Okay, so I'll go ahead and delete that.
You can just turn things into other things that easily.
Operators.
Wow.
Operators are symbols that perform a simple action. You can already see examples of 2 different operators on my screen right now, and they are the equal sign as well as the addition operator, which is plus. Symbols that do something in code are called operators. The equal sign is actually not called equals. The equal sign is called the assignment operator. And how the assignment operator works is the value on the right side of the equal sign gets stored or assigned into the variable that's on the left side of the equal sign. So you can see on the very top line of my variables on line 3, I'm assigning the value of 5 to the variable coins, and it's being put inside of that coins box, if you will, or more precisely, the location in memory where coins is being stored or pointing to, the value 5 is being put in that location. So the equal sign is called the assignment operator. We can use the plus sign for addition, which is called the addition operator. We could also use minus or times, which is the asterisk key, which is normally Shift 8 on most North American keyboards, I believe. There is divide, which is a forward slash. So now you know how to use plus, minus, times, and divide, as well as the assignment operator.
Easy.
There are more operators. We'll get to them as we go, but you should know that term, operators. Next up are comments. Comments are little notes to yourself as a programmer that you include in your code, but they don't count as code and they don't mess up your otherwise valid code when you type them. When you type a comment in VBScript, that line needs to begin with a pound sign or hashtag. When you type a pound sign or hashtag, you can then type whatever you want after that symbol, and it's just a convenient little note for yourself to help you describe what's
there's
happening
comments
in
everywhere.
that
I could have worked that
code,
out.
especially if your code is many dozens or even hundreds of lines of code long. You can see that in this default code that we got on our icon, there are a few comments that describe the two sections of the code that we've been given. This section, called Func Ready, is called when the node enters the scene tree for the first time. What that means is this section of code is meant to only run once when the icon first loads into the game, essentially when the game level first starts. This section of code is called on every frame. Delta, this value right here, which is a variable, is the elapsed time since the previous frame. You don't need to know what that means right now, but essentially this section of code runs at 60 frames per second again and again and again, so any code that you put there will run very, very rapidly again and again and again. On Steve's code, if I jump back over to Steve's code right here, you can see that they've documented what's happening in this code using comments. So on this line 7, we have a descriptor right above it in a comment that says, get the gravity from the project settings to be synced with rigid body nodes. In other words, our game character has a variable called gravity, which we're not giving a number to just in the code. This code actually jumps into the project settings in Godot, where under physics and 3D physics, there is already a default gravity value. It's 9.8. And so we're not typing 9.8 here, or it wasn't typed for us here. It goes into the project settings so that your character actually falls with the same gravity that the physical block objects fall in our game level at the same speed of gravity. You can see comments throughout the code that was given to us for our character. If you read through it, add the gravity, handle jumping code, handling input from your keyboard to make your character move in the right direction. And that's pretty much it for the code that we have on Steve as it stands right now. It's a good habit to get into as a programmer to write your own comments to document what little sections of code do. Usually put a comment right above
I should get used to running comments. That's something I always neglect while I'm coding.
You want to comment, you can add a hashtag or a pound sign at the end of the line, and then you can write your own description. This line of code on Steve happens to actually update the velocity, pushing it downward on the screen. Okay? Back to our icons code though, and the last topic of this lesson is calling functions. A function in programming is a little section of code which you can consider a mini program within your larger program. A function is a small program that is meant to do one task. You can tell a function to run by calling that function. Where can you call a function? Well, you can call a function to run in either of these two sections that I mentioned that we have by default on our icons code. So either when we first add our character into our game level, which is when our game first starts, when we press play scene, or we can run a function 60 times per second in this section called function process delta. Now, don't be confused between functions that we are actually writing ourselves and the content of in our code file. There are actually functions all over the place already built for you into different parts of GDScript, including just global functions that you can call from anywhere. Here's the simplest one. In this section of our code called funcReady, I'm going to replace this line that says pass with a function call to print something onto the screen. Okay, so there is a global function called print, and when you call a function, you write its name. You then have to write parentheses or round brackets, and in this case, the print function will print text or symbols into the output dock when you play your game. What do I want to actually print? Well, every programmer, when they learn a new language, always creates a new program called Hello World. So I'm going to type in quotation marks the text Hello World. And when I do that, and if I save my code file, Control S, because this function is being called when the icon first loads into the game, when the game is running, when the game first starts. If I press the play scene button right now with my level 1 tab active, I'll go ahead and press play scene. You will see that my game runs, but that one line of code printed Hello World into my output dock.
Hell, does mine do that? It did. Hello World. Okay. Okay.
Which is this tab right here. I can hide it and I can show it. There it is, Hello World. I'll go ahead and press stop. If I were to move that print line, so I'm going to select it and cut it, I'll press Control X on my keyboard. You have to actually go ahead and add the word pass back onto that line so Godot doesn't complain at you. Just trust me on that one. If I go ahead and paste that line, Control V right there. Again, make sure you are tabbed one in for both of these lines. That's important.
And
if I go ahead and press play scene right now, I'll do a Control S to save first. I'll press play scene. My game will launch and you can see the game is running, but it's printing Hello World 60 times per second. If I go and close my game, you can see if I scroll, it printed Hello World a whole lot. 60 times per second. We are calling this print function. We are giving it an argument.
Looks nice. Good.
Called a parameter.
Glad it looks nice.
Give that function some data that it needs to know how to do its job with. Like, what is it going to print onto the screen? You have to put that in the round brackets. Can you put other data in the round brackets of print? Yes, you can use variables of any type. If I want to print out coins 60 times per second, I could simply type coins right there. I could save, I could press play scene, and you can see it's printing 60 times per second on my screen.
I don't want an
argument. Are there any more exciting and relevant functions that we can use and call that will actually make our little sprite in our 3D world actually do something? You bet. If I go back into my script workspace onto my icons script, 60 times per second, I'm going to call a function called rotate_y. Now you'll notice that as you're typing code, there will be a little helper pop up that is auto-predicting for you what you want to type. And you can use the up and down arrow keys on your keyboard to highlight and select the one that you want. If you don't want to keep typing it for yourself, you can simply use the down arrow key, select rotate_y, and press enter. Rotate Y is a function. It's actually called a method. I'm not going to get into the difference between functions and methods. Those two words are synonymous as far as you need to know in this lesson at this point in your programming journey.
Doesn't matter, got it.
A function or a method here called rotate Y, and it needs to know the angle at which we want to rotate our sprite 3D called icon 60 times per second. Now, this rotate Y function needs an argument or a parameter. It needs an angle. Now, you might think of angles as being in degrees, as in 360 degrees makes a circle. However, this function requires a value in radians. Now, I'm going to type, just to see what happens, 0.1 radians. If I go ahead and save, and then I select my level 1 tab and I press play scene, you should see that your little sprite 3D is spinning on the y-axis. Y runs up and down as your game runs, again 60 times per second. If you change the argument value from 0.1 to 0.05, well, it'll rotate slower. So if I press Control S to save, make sure level 1 is my active tab, and I press play scene, it runs or rotates at half the rate. Can I use a variable to determine the...
Oh, he's put an extra 0 in there. Oh. There it is, slower now. Okay.
Speed of rotate Y instead of typing in 0.05 myself? Yes, I can use that constant speed. So I'm going to type in, matching my capitalization here, speed, all in uppercase, and if I press Control S to save, and I press play scene, well, my little sprite 3D rotates very, very fast. What if I want to use degrees instead of radians? Well, there is a function for that. There is a little function, a little program that does one little job for us. It converts degrees into radians. So if I want to rotate 60 times per second this little sprite in my game 2 degrees and not 2 radians 60 times per second, I can call a little function right inside of these parentheses called deg, or degrees, underscore 2. And you'll see it prompted for me right here. So I'll just press enter on my keyboard. This function is called degrees to radians, or deg to rad. And what you can do here is type in a degree value. I'm going to type in speed, which is 2, and it'll convert that value in degrees to radians and put that value right here. And then we're giving that new value, which is 2 degrees converted into radians, to the rotate Y function as its argument or parameter, so that it gets the radians value, but we were able to type in a number that we're more comfortable with, likely in degrees and not radians. So there you go. We're calling a function and then getting a value back from
what
that
does that
called
look
a
like?
return value, and then we're giving that value to rotate Y. There we go. I'll press Control S to save. I'll press play scene, and now our little character rotates 2 degrees 60 times per second. There we have it. And I think it's at this point that I've thrown a lot at you in this lesson. In this lesson, we've talked about language syntax. We've talked about variables, data types, as well as constants. We've talked about operators, comments, and calling functions or methods. But I think that'll be it for this lesson. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Next lesson. Okay, hang on. With 5 lessons in, there's 7 lessons in total. How are we gonna get to the end game that he showed off at the beginning? Or is he not finished making the videos yet? Uh-oh. Maybe he hasn't finished making all the videos yet and I'm watching like half of the tutorial. Oh. It's fine. It's fine.
Alright, in the last lesson, we covered the first 5 fundamentals of computer programming that you need to know to begin your game development journey in GDScript and in the Godot game engine. In this lesson, we have 3 more to go. Let's go ahead and jump in with number 6, if statements and Boolean expressions.
I know those.
If I jump back over to Steve's code, I'll go ahead and click on the little script icon next to Steve. There are a few times in the physics process delta function. Please recall that this is the function in Steve's code, in my character's code, that repeats or loops very, very quickly, in fact 60 times per second, where we have the keyword if. If is a keyword in most computer programming languages that lets you create a conditional statement where if a condition is met, you can execute what's called a block of code. Let's simplify this a little bit. In most computer programming languages, you can create what's called an if statement, where you have 2 parts after the keyword.
I know how to do if statements.
You have the condition, which is what you're checking to see if it is true. This condition is actually called a Boolean expression. The word Boolean means true or false.
Yeah.
And by putting the keyword if before the statement, you are checking to see if that event or statement is true, and if that expression, that Boolean expression, the condition is true, you will execute the lines of code below the if statement. What can we do with this? Well, the most simple example is if the human player is pressing a key on their keyboard, let's say the left arrow key on their keyboard, well, we want to make the player move to the left. Now, what I have on screen right now is called pseudocode. Pseudocode means just sort of code without proper syntax, just to illustrate the idea of an if statement with a Boolean expression as well as a block which will be executed only if the condition is met, only if a human player presses the left arrow key on their keyboard. In Steve's actual script, you can see that 60 times per second inside of my physics process delta game loop, I have an if statement here that says if not is on floor, well, I'm pretty sure you can guess what this method call does. Is on floor is a function, actually it's called a method because it's built into our character body 3D object in Godot. Is on floor is a method that it checks to see if your little player is touching, well, the floor, based on the idea that floors are solid block objects that your character hits as they move downward and they can land on it. So if the character is on the floor, this method returns to our code true or false, which we are inverting with the keyword not. So if we are not on the floor, then we will do this block of code, which will make us fall with gravity. You can see that this keyword velocity, which is actually a variable that is built into our character object. We don't have to create this variable. It's built into our character body 3D object without having to actually make it or type it for ourselves at the top of our character code. It's built in. And this velocity variable has actually two parts. It's actually a multi-variable variable. It has an x value as well as a y value, and we're telling the velocity y value to change with gravity 60 times per second. I'm not going to go into the details of what delta means quite yet. Right below that, we have a second if statement. We have if input.is action pressed do I accept. This is Godot's fancy way of saying if the user has pressed the space bar on the computer keyboard, well, this event might happen. We might make our character jump, but in fact, two things have to be true. So this condition is actually in two parts, which is called a compound Boolean expression, because both the condition that the user is pressing the spacebar on their keyboard and the condition that they have to be on the floor, both of those independently are true or false expressions. They can both independently be true or false. They both have to be true in order for this block of code to actually execute. Speaking of that word that I just used, block, this block of code, you'll notice, is indented one extra time. An extra tab was pressed because we indented in our physics process delta function.
I already know of
so
this.
inside of our physics process loop function,
I know this stuff. This is basic
we
stuff.
have a block of code which is indented once from the very left side of the code editor, where you can
Boolean
first type text against the very left side of the text editor.
Writing
We have one tab
functions,
to denote that this is a
object
block of code.
inheritance, and
Everything that I have selected
documentation.
right now on the screen is
Well,
a block.
I already know most.
But
Maybe
then
not
we're
the object
indenting
inheritance.
one extra time
Objects and inheritance,
under
maybe.
the
I
if
don't
statement
know.
to denote that this is also a block of code that will only execute if the above two conditions are both true. One last thing before we actually try typing an if statement for ourselves in our own icon code, and that is this third if statement, which says if direction. A couple of things here. Number one, what is direction? I thought that you had to put a Boolean expression, a true or false statement after the word if. How is this word direction
Coding?
true or false?
Yeah, coding.
Well, if I jump back into my icons code, I'll click on my little
I'm trying to learn Godot. Actually, yeah, why is there no... Hang on.
script icon right here. I told you about several types of variable data types in the last lesson. There is one that I omitted, and it is now very prevalent to what we're talking about.
How dare.
We can make a variable on the next line of our icons code called var, and I'm going to name this variable is
Icons.
Godot Awesome. Well, this variable is not going to hold an integer. It's not going to hold a floating point number with decimals. It's not going to hold a string. It's going to hold, I'm going to assign it a value that's either true or false. If I type the word true here, T-R-U-E, this is actually a valid variable declaration as well as a variable.
This is like Python-like. I'm guessing Godot uses its own scripting language. Yeah, it's using a thing called GD script. I'm trying to get used to it right now. You can also use C++ and C# in Godot as well, but I figured since I'm gonna use Godot, I wanted to try and learn its own like in-house language. I'm finding it interesting so far because it works different to how I'm used to. Like all of these vars, they're dynamic. Learning in-house makes sense. Because like I used to use Unity and I used to do a lot of C#, but I figured I'd change over. Then like I put in so much. I don't even know what that is. But this is like the first time I've ever seen like a constant variable thing. So it's been weird for me to see like you can just put in var and say it can be a number, it can be a string, it can be a float. It's weird for me. It's also weird not needing to put a semicolon after each line as well. But like I'm liking it so far.
Initialization, that means we're giving the variable an initial value because I have now made this variable a Boolean type variable. Recall that word Boolean? It means true or false. Well, you might want to keep track of something in your game using a variable that's either true or false. Let's say that you're making a game in Godot and at some point in your game level, your character stumbles upon a key. This key is a collectible object.
Kotlin is probably used for Android, but doesn't C# also do anonymous variables like that? No, I mean, okay, in C#, it was like, you had to be very specific of what your variables were, otherwise it just didn't work. Like in C#, if you wanted to like have something, you'd have to put in like, number equals 1, and then for a float you need like a float like this. This is 3.5, and then string or character had to be like that. That kind of things in C#. I'm sure you do. Oh, I never found a way of getting around that. I never saw it having any kind of dynamic stuff. I don't know. Maybe a Unity instruction? Maybe, it could be a Unity restriction thing. My experience has been entirely within like a Unity game dev thing whilst programming. All my experience with programming has come from game dev stuff.
And if you've collected the key, well, later on in that same level, you might be able to unlock a treasure chest or perhaps a door. But you can only open that door or that treasure chest if you have that key. How would you remember in the game programmatically if you had collected the key or not collected that key earlier on in the same level? Well, what you might do is you might create a variable, I'll type it right here,
I'll type it with you.
key_collected. If you've collected this key, then you can unlock that door or that treasure chest, but if you haven't collected that key, then you can't. This would be a perfect opportunity to use a Boolean variable. If you have not collected it, that means the variable could be false. And then when you actually touch that key,
you get it. It's true.
Maybe that key deletes itself from the game level. Once you've touched it, it should probably disappear. But then a variable on your character's code would change like key collected from false to true. And therefore, when you go and touch that door or that treasure chest, then it would check to see the status of that variable he collected, and then it would open the door or do whatever it needs to do. In the case of Steve's code, my character's code, it is checking to see if a direction Boolean variable is either true or false, which in itself is a Boolean value or a Boolean expression because it's a Boolean variable. And if direction is true, well, it's doing some lines of code. And the last thing I need to touch on before we actually type some code for ourselves is this keyword else. Else is a catch-all statement that if an...
So, okay, so if it's like this is treating it as a Boolean, and if it has nothing, it assumes I'm checking if it's true. So if it's true, it does this stuff, but if it's false, it does this stuff. Got it. That's where I was confused. C# has it for local definitions, can't do class or global untyped definitions. Ah, okay.
The if statement is not true, and it does not execute the block of code which would be a result of that.
That's cool. So it checks if empty automatically is in its if statement. Yeah. Like, okay, so it's getting direction. If direction, so direction's like already a thing set up, I guess. So get the input direction and handle the movement detection. Direction, blah blah blah. Gives the direction, and if it checks as if it's true or false. Part of my life is development, so seeing new stuff is super interesting. I mean, a lot. Yeah. I always get a little bit embarrassed about how much I know about coding, because technically I have been coding since like 2013. That's like 10 years ago. Because I started in college, and I started in college at like C with C++, did some C Basic as well. Then I went to uni for game development, did some C# in there. But like, because of how often I stop and lose motivation for programming, I always forget everything I've ever learned. I have to start from scratch again. So it's like I have 10 years of experience with coding, but I know nothing about coding. It's really annoying. Oh, my phone's going off.
That condition, it does the else.
Is there any reason to be embarrassed? All you just said to me is you have a capacity to learn, adapt, and implement the strongest skill. It's just, I don't know. I just, yeah. Because like at this point, I've used Unity, I've used Unreal Engine 5, and now I'm using Godot. I used Game Maker in college. I've used a lot of stuff, and I've forgotten everything about each of those engines. I have to keep relearning everything. Like I can at least still keep the general concepts. Like I know what an if statement is. I know what if else and functions. I know what like while loops, for loops. I know what their stuff are. I just forget how to actually write them down. It is the way.
If the if was not executed. So you can have a do this if something is true. Otherwise, do the other option, the default otherwise code. So you can think of this word else as otherwise. It will only execute the else block of code if the if did not come true, and it did not execute that block under the word if. Okay? Let's actually go ahead and try typing some of this for ourselves. So I'm going to go ahead and jump back into my icons script. Now, if you recall from the last lesson, in my 3D world, I have this 3D sprite, which is just a flat picture, which is our Godot default icon, which Godot gave to us when we made a new Godot project. This 3D sprite is just sitting in our 3D world, and right now, if I select my level 1 scene, and then I press play scene, what's happening with this sprite, well, it's spinning in
It's
midair.
spin.
It's not a physics object. It will not interact with anything else in the scene. It's just a visual instance of a spinning picture in my world. What I'm going to do in this lesson right now is in that icon's code, I'm going to write an if statement, which is going to be executed or checked 60 times per second to see if the user is pressing the key on their keyboard. And if so, we're going to make that icon spin in one direction or in the other direction. So in our function called process, which is our 60 times per second game loop, I'm going to go ahead and click right after the word delta and that little colon there. I'm going to press enter to make sure that I'm indented the right amount of one tab. And I'm going to type the word if. I'm going to write a conditional statement that is built into GDScript to check to see if a keyboard key is pressed. How do you do that? Well, you type the word input with a capital I. Input, and then dot, and then is underscore action pressed. Now you can see lots of options here. It's auto-completing what I could type that would be valid. What I'm going to do is press the down arrow key on my keyboard a couple of times to select the is action press option, not those two above it with the word just in it. We're going to choose the third one here and press enter. Now we want to tell Godot what action we're checking for. Godot has these things called actions, which is essentially a way of you giving keyboard keys names called actions. The one that we're going to check for is, well, the left arrow key and the right arrow key. And we're going to type the action name that's built into Godot for one of those keys. Let's go ahead and do the left arrow key first. If I say UI underscore L, it will show me UI underscore left, and I can simply press enter to complete that line. This is now a valid Boolean expression. The user is pressing the left arrow key on their keyboard, or they're not. It's a true or false check. When you're writing an if statement, you have to end that first line with a colon and then press enter. When you press enter, it should automatically indent you one extra tab here so that you're indented one more time
to keep it going.
that word if. Okay, so you should have two little icons here. If I'm pressing the left arrow key on my keyboard when I'm playing my game, what do I want to have happen? Well, I'm going to make the little icon spin to the left using that speed constant that we set up in the last lesson. So I'm going to type rotate underscore Y. I'll go ahead and type the beginning of that, press down arrow a few times, and press enter to complete that line. We're now calling that rotate Y function, but just like in the last lesson, we're going to call the degrees to radians function and convert our number of degrees, which is 2 degrees, into radians before we tell our sprite to rotate in that number of radians. But we're going to think in degrees here because degrees, I think, is easier for most of us to understand. So I'm going to call that degrees to radians function, and I'm going to give it our speed. Now, our speed is 2. And we could easily make it -2 or +2 to rotate left or rotate right simply by putting a negative sign before speed, making it -2, or if we didn't have that negative sign there, it would be +2. In this case, I think I will do negative speed. Next up, if I'm not pressing left, I'm going to assume the user is pressing right. So I'm going to simply replace this line of code here. I'm going to make another if statement right below the first if statement, indented the same as the beginning of our first if. I'm going to say if input dot is action pressed. I'll do this a little bit quicker this time. And I'm going to say UI underscore right. I'll put my colon at the end of this line. And I'm going to be a little bit lazy here. I'm going to copy and paste the rotate Y line and make sure I exactly have it tabbed in 2 times before I paste the same line, and then remove that negative sign. So I'm rotating to the left or right, hopefully. I might have to switch those negative signs around, but I will do a Control S to save, and with my level 1 scene tab active, I can press play scene. And now, hopefully, if I press the right arrow key, I am rotating to the right, and if I let go, it doesn't do anything because I haven't told it to do anything if I'm not pressing any arrow key down. And if I press to the left, it rotates to the left. Left and right. Hey, I've got some interactivity in my game when it comes to that sprite. Now, you might have also noticed that my little block, my actual character, fell off the side of the floor.
Ah, we don't care
because
about
he
him,
is
it's
also
fine.
controlled by the arrow keys on my keyboard. Don't worry about that. We're not going to keep this right in our game. This is simply for an example.
This is for money.
However, we have a little bit of inefficiency in our code.
Uh-oh.
We have two if statements back to back that are constantly
Yeah.
being checked again and again, even though we know that the user is probably going to either only press one key, the left key, or the right key, and they're probably not going to press both left and right at the same time. At least we'll pretend that's the case. If the user right now is pressing the left arrow key, well, it's making our character, our little sprite, rotate to the left, and that's great. But if that's true, we probably don't want our computer to also then check if the user is pressing the right arrow key as well. They're going to press left or they're going to press right, and not both. So if we know that they're pressing the left arrow key, why are we then even bothering to check to see if the user is pressing the right arrow key at the same time? We shouldn't. We should probably just skip over that check if we know that they're pressing the left arrow key. If we want this to be the case, where we optimize our code so it's not checking both at the same time, at least some of the time, we can use that word else. We can say else space if. Now, this is actually not proper GD script code. In GD script, I just want to illustrate, we're going to shorten this in a sec to make it a little bit more valid, but I want to illustrate the point here. If the user is pressing the left arrow key, we want the icon to spin to the left. However, we only want to check then if they're pressing the right arrow key if the first statement is not true. So we're using that keyword else next to the word if, because we only want to check this if statement otherwise if the first if was not true, if the first Boolean expression was not true. Hopefully you understand that logic. What I'm going to do to make this actually work is GD script as well as Python coders are a little bit lazy here. They don't use the word else and the word if. They simply use the word elif. Elif is a combination of else and if. Let's go and see what that does. I'll press Control S to save, and with my level 1 tab active, I'm going to press play scene. And now if I press the left arrow key on my keyboard, it rotates to the left. If I press the right arrow key, it rotates to the right. And the program is a little bit more efficient than it was with just two if statements, now that I have an if as well as an else if. Okay? Next up, writing functions. Hopefully by now you're getting to understand that in our Steve's code at least, I'll go ahead and switch over to Steve's code right now. You can see that a lot of our game's logic, things that we're checking 60 times per second, is going to be the majority of our code. You can see lots of lines of code inside of this physics process delta function. But one thing that you need to understand is that you should probably try to subdivide up your code into more than just two functions in your one code file. Right now, if I jump back into my icons code, you can see I have two functions that we can actually edit and write ourselves, which are ready and process, which run at the beginning of our game when this object loads into the game when we press play scene, as well as 60 times per second. But we can actually create our own functions with names that we decide, and that will help us to segment up our code into little reusable chunks, which are essentially themselves little mini subprograms within our larger program that we can call whenever we want. Let's go ahead and write a few silly functions before we actually do something a little bit helpful for us in our actual icon code. I'm going to write a function at the very beginning of line 22 here. It doesn't actually matter that it's line 22, it matters that it's at the very beginning, at the very first character of this line lined up with the other word function. So I'm going to type that same keyword, func, and I'm going to make a little function called minion. Minion is going to have one little job to do whenever we call upon this minion. This minion is going to say banana. It's going to print out the word banana whenever it is called to the output dock. You see, I'm doing a silly example here to get us going into writing functions. Here we go. Whenever you create a function, you have to use the keyword func. You have to give this function a name. You need to put round brackets because sometimes functions can be designed to accept arguments or parameters. In this case, minion doesn't need to know anything to say banana, so we're not going to put anything in there, but we have to have those parentheses written there, just like that. I'm going to type a colon at the end of that line, and I'm going to press enter. And when you write the contents of a function, they need to be a block, which means they have to be tabbed in one extra time after the colon. So this line has an extra tab in it right there. Using print, he's going to say banana, like that. Okay? So now we have this minion. It's a little program, a sub-program inside of our big program that should run when it's called. Right now, if I save this code and with level 1 active, if I press play scene, are we getting any bananas? No, we're not. Because a function needs to be called. It needs to be told to run, with the exception of the ready function, which automatically gets called when you start your game, and the process function, which runs at 60 times per second. Any functions that you create yourself need to be called. If I call minion inside of this ready function, if I type minion and then bracket like that to call a function, you need to put the parentheses after the name of the function. If I save that code and then I press play scene, can you predict what'll happen? It said banana right when the game first loaded, because it executed all of the lines of code inside of minion by our calling of minion itself right when the game first loads from our ready function. If I replace that call with the keyword pass, and then I put a call to minion in my game loop 60 times per second, minion, and I do
it would
Control
call
S
the
to save,
function
and I
every
press play
second.
scene. Can you predict what'll happen?
Yeah.
Well, it's printing out banana 60 times per second because minion is being called upon 60 times per second.
Okay,
Now,
I
we
get
can
it.
make functions like this that are just silly, but let's actually go ahead and make a function that is a little bit more advanced. Let's go ahead and make a function. I'm going to press enter at the end of this line and then backspace to put my cursor at the beginning of the next line, and I'll press enter just to space them out a little bit. I'm going to make a function called add these numbers. And when you make a function, you need to put round brackets and a colon. And you need to put some content in the body or in the block of that function. For now, I'm just going to type the word pass because I'm going to make this function accept some arguments or parameters. I'm going to, in these round brackets, make a couple of variables that will allow this function to accept data for it to work with. So I'm going to type in two variable names that I get to type right here and make up the names of them for myself. I'm going to type in x, a comma, and a space, and y. We're going to design this function to accept two different numbers, x and y, and we're going to make this function add those two numbers together. So instead of this word pass, which is just a placeholder, in GDScript you have to put something in a function. You can't just leave it empty. If you left it empty, it would complain at you, I think. Yeah, I'm getting an error. So I'm going to make a variable here called var sum, and sum is going to equal x plus y. Now that we've had this function calculate the sum of x plus y, in other words, we're taking x plus y, adding them together, we're assigning it into that sum variable, so it will store whatever x and y are together equal to when they're added together. We're then going to use the keyword return. We're going to take that sum variable, I'll type it right there, and give it back to our code wherever we called add these numbers from. If I call this function add these numbers from my ready function, so I'm going to call it from here, I'm going to say add these numbers, and I'll use that handy autocomplete and press enter. I have to give it two values. I'm going to say 5 and 6. When I put these two numbers in here, they will get sent to the add function and get stored in the same order that they were sent in and stored inside of these x and y variables. When that happens, it will add 5 and 6 together, store those numbers added together, which is 11, into sum, and then that number, 11, will get returned back to a ready function. Right now, we're not having it actually save that number 11 or do anything with it, so we're not going to see anything. In fact, I'll try running this code just to make sure I haven't made any mistakes. I'll press Control S on my keyboard, and with level 1 active, I'll press play scene. Well, we're getting banana 60 times per second. Maybe I'll go ahead and comment that out. By the way, if you don't want a line of code to run and you want to quickly comment it out, therefore, you don't have to manually type a hashtag to comment it out. You can simply click anywhere in that line and you can type Control K. Control K will add that line to a comment by putting a little hashtag at the beginning of it. Or if you type Control K, it will get rid of a hashtag that you put there in the same way. Okay? So I'm going to comment out that minion call. So it's not printing out banana a bunch of times. So I'm going to press Control S to save. I'll press play scene. And now it does nothing. What can I do with that number 11
we need
that
to
I just
print
calculated?
it and
well,
also,
I can print it out. I'm going to call right here that print global function, and I'm going to add these numbers into the argument or parameter of the print function call. So I'm going to put an extra round bracket at the end here because I want to call completely, including the 2 round brackets, add these numbers, and then when we get a returned sum, it's essentially going to put the number 11 right there, and it's going to print out 11 because it got that value back from the function add these numbers. I'll go ahead and press Control S to save, and with level 1 active, I'll press play scene, and hopefully now I get 11. Pretty neat. If I go ahead and change those numbers, of course, if I'm calling add these numbers with 5 and 6, 11. If I say 11 and 14, hopefully you can predict what that would print out. If I do Control S to save and press play scene, you can see it printed out the number 25 into the output dock at the bottom. Okay, so that's how you write a simple function called minion in this case, as well as a function that's a bit more advanced that accepts data and returns data to where it was called from. Okay? How can we actually use this in a somewhat practical way? Well, I'm going to actually take these 4 lines of code out of my process game loop function because, like in my Steve code, I don't want the physics process block of code to get too long and unwieldy. If your code gets too long in any one section of your code, it gets a little bit much. So I'm going to go back to my icons script, and I'm going to take this code, and I'm simply going to cut it, and I'm going to make, and I'll put pass there actually for now, and I'm going to make a new function called func check inputs. And I'm going to design it to not accept any arguments. I'm going to put a colon at the end of that line. I'll press enter, and I'm going to paste what I just copied from process. Those 2 if statements or if and else statements, just like that. When you paste an if and an elif, make sure that it's tabbed in once in the function block of code, and make sure that it didn't get messed up by extra tabs getting put in there. Sometimes you might find that it might put extra tabs there, and that would not work. So make sure that it's lined up properly like before. But now that we have this check inputs code separated out so that our process game loop isn't too crowded, I need to still check these things 60 times per second.
Make sure they code every character to have an absolute dump truck. Okay, I'll try. I'll try my best.
So I'm going to simply call check inputs with round brackets 60 times per second to do the exact same job, but separate.
Say how much because I also need to learn Godot. Well, we're still in basics so far, so yeah. So we call the function here, check inputs. We call the function instead of just having the code in the update process, and okay.
Separating out into its own function. So I'm going to press Control S to save. With level 1 active, I will press play scene. And now we can press left and right to make our little icon spin left and right. It works exactly the same. There we go. Lastly, objects, inheritance, and documentation. There are a few big ideas I want to finish off this lesson with, and hopefully these last few points will point you in a very big direction to be able to discover new parts of GDScript and how to use different objects and their methods on your own without exactly following me step by step. One of the big ideas I want to finish off with is the idea that every single node that you add into your game project in Godot, in other words, all of these different node options, all of the ones that you can find under the scene dock, under the plus button, when you go and add a new node into your game, these are all objects that are written as their own separate code files called classes. And classes can have their own variables in them, as well as their own functions called methods when they're inside of a class, like any of these types of nodes. And being able to understand this big idea of how code is organized, how do I know that there is a method called isOnFloor that I can use when I have a character body 3D object in my game? Well, what you can do in the code editor in Godot is if you hold the control key down on your keyboard and you hover your mouse over any of the keywords, like a function name called isOnFloor, if you hold control and you click on that name, you will open up Godot's extensive documentation exactly to where the written description of that function or method is. You can see that when I held control and I clicked on isOnFloor, it's jumped me into the documentation of, if I scroll up to the very top of this document, to that character body type of object in the Godot documentation. And if I go ahead and open up this little side panel, I'm not sure why I had that hidden in the first place, but the side panel in the script workspace in Godot shows you a list of all the code files on the side that you've been working on, so you can quickly jump between them. I've got my icon.gd as well as my Steve code.
It makes a little separate thing over here of the documentation.
Because I can see there's a little asterisk there, which means it's been updated and not saved. So I'll press Control S. You can see that now I have my...
If anything, this just validates my plan to get into game design. Not by joining an established company, but by enlisting a group of trans furries to help with art and coding. Foolproof plan. Yep. This is a good plan. Good plan. I mean, my plan was just to be the trans girl furry by myself. So I have no team.
Documentation also open for this type of character body 3D object. And if I go back to Steve's code and I click with control held down on that isOnFloor method call, you can see that it jumps down in my character body documentation page exactly to where that isOnFloor is documented, and I can read about it. I can see that it returns true if that body, our character Steve, collided with the floor on the last call of move and slide. Otherwise returns false. The up direction and floor max angle are used to determine whether a surface is a floor or not. So you can see that there is a whole page that describes every little part of how you can use a character body 3D object. And there is a documentation page like this for everything in GDScript. So if I go back to steve.gd and I hold control and I click on is action just pressed, it's going to jump me to the input class down to that method called isActionJustPressed, and of course I can read all about it right here. If I go to my icons code, which we typed almost entirely by ourselves, you can see that we used a method called rotateY. And this method, of course, is something that we can call with a sprite 3D to make it rotate on the y-axis by giving it a number of radians by which it should rotate 60 times per second in our process game loop. If I want to see what else I can do with a sprite 3D, which is what my icon is, I can go up to the top of my icons code where it says extends sprite 3D, and I can hold control and click on that type of node name, sprite 3D. When I do that, I can see all the types of properties, which are variables that I can access and perhaps change about my sprite 3D.
Taking none of this in, just throwing away.
Variable
I'm taking
of
it
my
in.
sprite 3D
I can bob
frame,
and take it in.
Frame coordinates, horizontal frames, etc. However, you'll notice that if I scroll through the documentation for this Sprite 3D
Said that,
class
no.
that there isn't a method listed called rotate_y. So how are we able to use in my icon code rotate_y as a method call if that method doesn't exist in this Sprite 3D class? Well, it turns out the answer to that question is that every type of node in
2
Godot
seconds before
pretty
you realize
much
what you just said.
inherits other properties, in other words, variables, as well as other methods from other types of nodes or classes in Godot. You can see that this Sprite 3D node inherits the code. That means all of the properties or variables,
Okay, is this all
as
just
well
gonna
as
be,
many different methods
this makes
from other
documentation
classes,
stuff.
like a class called Geometry Instance 3D. If I click on that Geometry Instance 3D,
Okay, in that case, I'm gonna go to the next tutorial, because... Collectible coin.
Alright, in this lesson, our goal is going to be to create a reusable coin object to add to our game level. The coin is going to always spin, and it's going to include a mechanism by which if the character in your game touches the coin will disappear from the game level. In this lesson, we're going to be implementing pretty much...
Yeah, well, I've done all of the tutorials. We're going through the basics. So far, we have this. Where'd it go? Is it? Oh, I'm on the wrong freaking thing. We have this. We have a little movie guy, and if I press left and right, yeah. How about notice how your desktop wants you to play Heavy Rain? What? Oh! Resorting more excitement than Heavy Rain. I mean, Heavy Rain is a very cool game. But everyone loves the part where you run around a mall and shout Jason. Jason!
all of the 8 points that we covered in the last 2 lessons, where we covered all the basic fundamentals of programming that you need to know to get started in creating a game in the Godot game engine. So you're going to see all of these 8 points pop up throughout this quick lesson. Let's go ahead and jump in. First off, to create a simple coin object that I want to be able to reuse in any level of my game, I'm going to go up to the top bar where I can press the little plus button up here to create a new empty scene. Because after all, in Godot, whenever you make a reusable object, you want to create it in its own scene. And we're going to start off this coin object not using a physics type of node, like if I go ahead up to my scene dot
there was
where
the bug
I add my nodes, if I press
the
the plus button,
had you trailing a son and yelling his name into his face.
That are solid physical objects that can bump into other things and interact with gravity. That's not quite what we want our coin to be. We want a coin object not to bump into other objects and be able to be pushed or push other objects. Instead, a coin is going to act more like a ghost, more like a zone that can detect if other objects enter it, but won't actually bump into other things. To add an object like this, we're going to go into the branch of our main node tree
shot at the end, but that is the meme.
And then we're going to go into the section called
No, the other kid's called Sean,
which is, yes, where we find all of those physics types of objects. Instead, though, we're going to add what's called an area 3D. Area, well, is a region of 3D space that detects other collision objects entering or exiting it. That's exactly as it
yeah,
would be
Jason
described.
is the more fun one.
Go ahead and make my first node in this scene, the root node, an area 3D. Of course, you can search 3D. For area and find it yourself that way as well. I'll go ahead and double click on it to add it as the root node of this scene. I'm going to rename it as coin and press enter. There we go. And of course, when we're making objects that we want to add to our game and be able to see those objects and have them be able to interact with other elements in our game, well, we have a warning here. That's one clue. It tells us that this node has no shape, so it can't collide or interact with other objects. Consider adding a collision shape 3D or collision polygon 3D as a child to define its shape. We've seen this warning before. when we make an object that needs to interact with other objects in the game, even if it's just an area, it still needs a collision shape and it needs to look like something. So we're going to add a mesh instance into this scene as well. So I'm going to select the root node first. I'll click right on it. Then I'll press the plus to add a mesh instance 3D.
Mesh.
You can search for it if you don't have it in your recents, but you probably should. So I will double click to add it as a child of the root node of this scene. I will go ahead and select that mesh instance 3D and go over to the inspector where I can give my mesh a primitive. I'm going to use a cylinder mesh by selecting it right there.
There it is.
Now, this cylinder mesh is not the right size and shape for a coin. So I'm going to click on the little resource here that we've just...
Scrimble's still around. Scrimble's over here. Scrimble can move and stuff as well. See? Can jump. Scrimble can jump. See? I'm gonna step to the wrong bitch. Can I jump on this? I'm gonna jump on the goop. Yeah.
Just added, and that should expand out if I click on the little thumbnail, the section with the light blue outline that tells me all the properties of this simple mesh resource. I'm going to make the top radius and the bottom radius 0.3, and then I'll click down here and press 0.3, and I can press tab to jump to the next one, and I'm going to say 0.15 as the height of my coin. We can change this later, of course, by going back into the scene, but for now, that looks kind of like the shape and size of the coin that I want. Of course, it could be way too big or way too small. We can go back and adjust that later if we need to. However, I need to rotate it, so I'm going to grab the blue little gizmo here for rotating, and if I hold Control as I'm dragging that around, it will snap to 15-degree increments. And you can see right down there as I'm rotating with the Control key how it's rotating and how many degrees I rotated. So I want to say -90 right after I rotated for the first time. So you'll see I'll hold Control. Oh, pardon me, it's 90 degrees, not -90, but there we go. Okay, I need to add a collision shape into this scene as a child of my root node. That's what this warning is about. So I'll select the root node again and press plus. I'm going to add that collision shape 3D. Of course, you can search for it in the main node tree available to you, but here it is. I'll double click on it to add it as a child of the root node. It has a warning because this collision shape 3D needs a shape. I'm going to add a cylinder shape 3D, although if you wanted to save a little bit of calculation and resources in your game project, you could simply add a box shape and make your collision detection a little bit easier on your user's computer. I'm going to use a cylinder shape though, just to show you what that looks like. This cylinder shape has two little pink handles, one for the radius and one for the height. I'm going to go ahead and undo that transformation with Control Z though, because I'm going to expand out this resource's properties, and I'm going to type in height 0.15 to match the shape of the mesh, and the radius is 0.3, I think it was. Now I can go ahead and rotate the collision shape the same as before. I'll hold Control on my keyboard and I'll rotate the collision shape to match. So now I have this collision shape matching the mesh, and I have my root node called coin, which is kind of area 3D. I can go ahead now and press Control S because this is a scene that I need to save. It's going to name it coin.tscn, the same as the root node of the scene, but lowercase, and so I'll press save. There we go. Now, in order for this coin to be interactive, we need to add a script file onto this coin, and if we add the script file into this coin scene, anytime we make a new instance of this coin scene in our level 1 scene, every single coin will therefore get the same code, which is what we want. So before I actually add coins into my game level, I'm going to go to my coin scene, I'm going to select the root node of the coin, and I'm going to press the add script button. When I press add script, I'm not going to change anything in the script settings or the options. It's going to call the script coin.gd, which makes sense. I'll go ahead and press create. When I add a script file to the coin, you should now see a little icon for a script
Yeah.
right next to the root node of your coin scene. And at the very top of your coin code, you should see extends area 3D because this code file should be able to access and control the overall coin object, meaning its root node, which is an area 3D. So that should match the type of node that you've added it to. Perfect. We have these two default functions. They are the ready function and the process function. Above those two, we're going to create a new variable. In fact, it's going to be a constant. This is going to be a lot like the code for, I'll jump back to my 3 workspace for a second and back over to my level 1 code. This is going to be very much like this spinning sprite 3D that we added in the last couple of lessons. However, if I go back to my script workspace and we're working here on the coin.gd file, of course, that we just made, I'm going to make a constant. So I'll type const and a space. This is going to be a variable that keeps track of how fast my coin should rotate. And we're going to make the coin rotate not with any kind of animation, which I haven't covered how to do keyframed animation yet in this course, but don't worry, we will. This is going to be programmatically done. So we're going to rotate 60 times per second by making this variable. I'm going to call it rot for rotation in all capital letters underscore speed. Please recall that when you make a constant, typically, according to convention in GDScript, you name constants with all capital letters, and you cannot put spaces in the variable or constant names. So we're using underscore to mean a space.
Backing's gone.
Okay, I'm going to make the rotation
back.
speed
Okay.
equal to 2. And so this is going to be an integer variable, and that's fine. Let's go ahead and write a comment right after that line to describe what its purpose is. So at the end of that line, I'm going to write a # or a hashtag, and I'm going to describe it as the number of degrees the coin rotates every frame. There we go. So now if I forget what that constant is for, perhaps in a few weeks, I can go back and I can read that comment and go, oh yeah, that's what that constant is for. It's for the number of degrees the coin rotates every frame. Perfect.
I'll frame
Let's
you.
go down now to our process
As long as you
function,
take a good
which
picture of
runs
me.
60 times per second ideally. And instead of this word pass, I'm going to type in some code to make our coin rotate on the y-axis 60 times per second. Do you recall from the last lessons exactly what that method call is that rotates the object on the y-axis? Well, if you don't quite recall, let's go ahead and jump back into our documentation. Recall that if I hold the control key on my keyboard and then I hover my mouse over any keyword that's part of GDScript, like area 3D or ready,
I'm gonna run out of tutorials. I don't think this guy has finished the tutorials for this.
On that keyword to jump me into Godot's
tutorial,
documentation, where it'll tell me what that is for. I can read about what area 3D is for.
There's only like
I can
half
look
of a
at all the
tutorial here.
Properties, which are variables that exist in this class that I can access and use if I need to and I want to and I know how to. Of course, a class often contains methods, which are basically functions that exist inside of a class that we can use if we, again, need to or know how to or want to. In this case, I can't find a method here that lets me rotate on the y-axis that's area 3D. However, if I go back up the top of this class, you can see that this class inherits other classes. So an area 3D inherits everything that's in the code of a collision object 3D. And by the way, these nodes that are inherited by area 3D, they are in the same structure or hierarchy that existed when we added the nodes in the first place, when I went up to the plus button in my scene doc, and I started by looking through this node tree. Well, under node 3D, under collision object, there was my area 3D. So area 3Ds inherit everything from collision objects, and collision objects inherit everything from node 3Ds, and node 3Ds inherit everything from the basic node class. So you can see that same structure right here. If I click on any of these classes which are inherited by area 3Ds, like node 3D, if I jump a couple over, you can see that with node 3Ds, they are inherited by all the types of nodes that are under that branch of node 3D when I'm adding nodes in the first place. So hopefully that makes a little bit more sense now. If I go ahead under Node 3D and I scroll down to the list of methods, you can see here that method that we used a couple of lessons ago called rotate_y. If I click on that method name, you'll see it right here. It rotates the local transformation around the y-axis by an angle in radians.
So we just do what we did last time.
So if I go back to my coin script, which is right here, I can say in my process 60 times per second game loop, I can call that method called rotate_y, and I'll use my down arrow key and select it, and I can tell this object to rotate on the y-axis by giving it an angle in radians. However, our rotate speed variable is the number of degrees, which I'm more comfortable thinking in, more so degrees than radians. So I'm going to call that function right in the parentheses of my method call of rotate y. I'm going to call deg to rad, degrees to radians. If I go ahead and press enter to complete that function call, I can now put my rote speed variable right inside of these parentheses, rote_speed, just like that. And now 60 times per second, we should have rotation. Let's go ahead and do a Control S to save. I have not yet saved my coin scene since I last updated it. I can tell that because there's a little asterisk next to the scene name. So I'll select that scene, Control S to save it. There we go. If I go back into my 3D workspace and then I go back to my level 1 scene, I'm going to add an instance of that coin into my game level. If I select the root node of my level scene and I press the link button, I can add an instance of my coin into my level 1 scene by selecting it and pressing open.
There it is.
Now have,
there's the coin.
If I orbit around and move the coin up and over, a coin is now in my game level. If I do a quick Control S to save and I go up and press play scene, will our coin be there and will it rotate? Yes, it will. If I move my character with the arrow keys, can I collect the coin? Will the coin disappear? No. So let's go ahead and enable that. I'm going to jump back into my coin scene and into my coins script. I can click on the little coin script icon right there. What I want to do here is say if the character touches this object or collides with this object,
I know, right?
I want this object to actually delete itself from the game level. How do we do that?
Nobody's happy about it.
There's actually quite a quick and easy way to enable collision detection.
I'll be happy about it. You can spin.
An if statement. In my game loop, in my process function, I can write an if statement that says if this object, the coin, detects any physics object entering it, we can basically write any code that we want to happen as a result of that event. Now, this is not going to be the way that we're going to accomplish this collecting, disappearing coin mechanism, but I'll show you it very quickly. If I hold Control and go back and click on this Area 3D to go back into my Area 3D class documentation, and I'll go and close the bottom dock on my screen, there is a method in this Area 3D class called has overlapping bodies. And if I go ahead and click on that method name, it'll jump me down in the documentation to that section of this page. This is a method that when you call it, it returns true if it finds that there's any intersecting physics bodies with this area. This method returns a true or false value, and therefore this method is called a Boolean method, which is a method that returns true or false. We can use that in our if statement very easily. If I go back to my coin script, coin.gd, and I say right under my rotate y line of code, in fact, I'll put an extra empty line so that we're not crowding things too much. If I write the word if, all lowercase, and then I call that method, which was called has _overlapping bodies, physics bodies, not other areas. So I'll press the down arrow key and press enter. If this area has overlapping physics bodies, what do I want to have happen? Well, I have to end this line with a colon, and I'll press enter. Please make sure that when you're typing this if statement, you are one extra tab in from the left side of your text editor. So you have to have one tab before the word if, because you're inside of your process functions block of code. If you have this, it will not work. If you have too many tabs or you type spaces, it will not work.
But I have the right indentation.
It needs to be one tab. Likewise, after I click at the end of this line and I press enter, I should have 2 tabs in because now I'm making a new block of code for the result section of this if statement. What I want to have happen if there are overlapping bodies with my coin, well, if it's the character, I want the coin to disappear. And it turns out there's a very handy method that you can call called queue_free. Queue_free is a funny sounding method. It essentially means delete this object from the game. Essentially, when you delete an object like a coin from a game level, you are essentially freeing your game's memory, the memory that your computer is using to run your game. You are freeing that memory of this object, the coin. To queue means to line up. So basically, you're telling this coin, line up to be deleted from the computer's memory. That's what it means. And how long will it have to wait in line to be deleted from memory? Well, generally, that's 1/60th of a second, which is very fast. It's one tick, one frame refresh of your game. Okay? So if I press Control S to save, and I go back to my level 1 scene, I'll make that tab the active tab before I press play scene. And now if I move my character, if I collect a coin, the coin has now disappeared. Isn't that nice? However, you generally don't want to use an if statement for very common events like an Area 3D detecting collisions. Why not? Well, if I go ahead and hold Control and click on this has overlapping bodies method call name, so if I hold Control and click on it, well, it'll jump me to, in my Area 3D documentation, the description of this method. Basically, it tells you here, for performance reasons, collisions are all processed at the same time. The list of overlapping bodies is modified once during the physics step of your game calculating everything 60 times per second, not immediately after objects are moved. Consider using signals instead. What this is basically telling you is that there might be a very slight delay between the time where the area detects that there is something colliding with it and the time that it can actually react to that event. So they recommend that you use what's called a signal instead of an if statement. So I'm going to go ahead back to my coins code. I'm going to leave this code here, but I'm going to comment it out for now. So I'm going to select those 2 lines of code and I'll press Control K on my keyboard. Control K will comment out any lines of code that you have even partially selected, so you'll see hashtags at the beginning of those 2 lines. Instead of checking if a collision is happening with an if statement, we're going to use what's called a signal. What is a signal? Well, if I go back to my 3D workspace and select this coin, which I should probably name coin 1, there we go. Actually, like with any coding that we do on our coin, we should probably be doing this inside of our coin scene instead of on just one instance of one coin in this game level. So I'm going to go back into my coin scene, which if I don't have this scene tab open, I could just click on the little scene icon next to this or any coin that I have in this game level. So if I click on the little clapboard scene icon, it'll open up the coin scene in my middle workspace.
He's teaching me.
I'm going to select the root node of this scene, which is an Area 3D. And over on the right side of my screen, there is, of course, our inspector dock. But one dock that we haven't talked about that's right next to the inspector, it's a tab, it's called the node dock. And what this node dock has is a few different pages, really. It has a page for signals, which is what we're going to use. It also has a page called groups. In our signals, though, we have a list of signals which are available for this type of node that we have selected, our root node. A signal is basically a way of handling a common type of event that can happen with that kind of object. An Area 3D has a list of common events, like when other areas enter this area. That's what this signal is for. If another area is colliding with this area and then exits this area, we can handle that with this signal very easily. The signal that we want to use, though, is called body entered, which is right here. If another physics body enters this area, like our character is a physics body, we want to trigger this event, this signal. A signal is not only a common event, and at least our default list of signals here, but it's also a way that you can communicate to any other object in your scene or any piece of code in your scene and run a little function that you create with your own code when that event happens. Essentially, a signal is a way of running your own custom code when an event happens, and essentially a signal is a constantly running check, like an if statement in a loop, but more efficient than actually writing an if statement in a loop yourself that will act quite nicely. So I'm going to go ahead and select the root node of this coin scene, and I'm going to go up to my node tab, down to body entered. I'm going to double click on body entered. It's going to make a pop-up on the screen that's going to ask me, where do I want to make a little function of code that will be executed when this event or signal happens, and the signal is therefore emitted to run this little piece of code. Where do I want to put that function that we're going to write to handle this event? Well, the default is probably okay. There is only one code file in this scene. The code file is on the root node of this scene. It's right here. It's going to put a function at the bottom of that code for us called onBodyEntered, which means when a physics body enters the area, do this function of code. I'm going to press connect. I didn't change anything here, so I'll press connect. It's going to jump me back into that script where it has made a function for us. Func onBodyEntered, and there's no relevant code in here. It just has a pass right there. And so this function will now be executed whenever that event happens. And I can double check that because number one, there's now a little signal icon next to the root node of the coin. If I click on my root node of the coin and go back to that node dock on the right side of my screen, you can now see that under body entered, there is now a little icon with a function name right here. That means that this signal is calling a function. I can double click on it right there to jump me right to that function in the right code file. Isn't that nice? And that same little icon is right next to my function name. If all of that is true, if the icon is there next to your root node, if there is a green icon under body entered and you have that same green icon next to a function that it made, you're all good to go. What are we going to do if this coin is entered by a physics body? We're going to queue free. So I'm going to copy that and paste it right there.
I beat him
and if I do a Control S to save, we've now made a more efficient collision detection mechanism.
And it's just a lot then.
Inside of our own loop, we've used a signal. So I'll go ahead and press Control S to save. I'll select my level 1 scene.
Did I just close it? Wait, what happened? Wait. Where'd it go? Hello? Steam? I can't open Steam now. No, rage quit, no! Can't open Steam! Ah! Uh-oh. Steam? Steam's not responding. Okay, quit Steam. Quit Steam. A critical Steam component is not responding. The Steam UI will not be usable. Click here for more information. Restart Steam. That has never happened to me before. What the fuck? Well, is Steam restarting? Is it doing? Hello? Uh-oh. Let's, force close Steam, maybe? Do I want to do that? It ain't coming back. Close. Okay, now open Steam. Okay. Oh, the file's had an update. Launch Godot. And it went on break. Well, it needs to not go on break. We need to do work right now. Okay. It's back. Needs high-grade medicine. You're the luck yet again. No! Okay, so what I wanted to do was that, and then I wanted to go over here and be like, yeah, okay. Steam's doing a bunch of stuff right now. Well, yeah, it works, okay. Who's doing capitalism? Nuh-uh. No.
Press placing, and now I can go ahead and collect this coin, and it disappears. My signal works, and we have a simple coin with a simple coin collecting, or at least a disappearing mechanism, and that was our goal for this lesson. To finish off, I'm going to actually delete that commented out code that we added before, the if statement. It's generally not good practice to leave code that's commented out that you don't need anymore. So now that we have a better way of doing a collision detection mechanism in our code, I'll delete these lines of code as well as any extra spaces that I have. There we go. That'll be it for this lesson. Thanks again so much for watching. I'll see you in the next one.
That lesson. There's only one lesson left. Coin model from Blender to Godot.
In this lesson, we're going to take our simple coin object, which we made in the last lesson, which right now simply looks like a very basic cylinder, and we're going to replace it with a 3D model that we create in Blender that's going to look a whole lot better. It's going to have a little dollar sign on it. It's going to be beveled. It's going to have a shiny metallic material on it, and we're going to export it from Blender, bring it into Godot, and replace just the mesh of this object, this scene, with that mesh made in Blender with its material. Let's go ahead and jump on into Blender. I'm gonna go down.
Okay, I was gonna be primarily more Blendery. Okay. You Blender, you water. Ah! Ow! Like, hydrated. Okay. So, we've done like 4 hours of tutorials. Maybe we'll take a break from the game dev for today and just do something else for a little bit. Because like the rest of that tutorial is gonna be Blender stuff, and they haven't finished the tutorial series yet. You? I don't think I can do you on stream. Fortnite? Not Fortnite. No. Oh. No, no Fortnite. Because we can play like another game or something. I'm gonna bring my Steam over here. Godot. We could like play Tekken or something maybe? Just do a little bit of Tekken. Now let me close this. 'Cause I'm done with it now. Save and quit. What was the patch for the finals? What did they fix? Game show events. Disable the Dead Go Boom game show event. We feel this... Oh... feel this event punishes melee users too much at present, so we're disabling it for now. They got rid of it! Wooden Power World server's laggy tonight. Aw, oh, damn. Gonna finish the battle pass you bought? I haven't finished it yet, no. I still have like quite a bit of time on it left though. I haven't played it for a while. Set up VoIP to be enabled by default on PC with push to talk set as the default. To be enabled by default on PC. No thanks. No, don't put... No! I liked it because it didn't have voice chat. No! Aw, damn it. Voice has voice chat? We just never enable it? Oh, well, I'm not going to enable it because I fucking hate it. Progression changes. Contracts. Increase the amount of XP given for weekly contracts from 2,000 to 4,500 plus. XP given for weekly goals from... Oh, cool. Okay, they give you more XP now. It's not as much of a grind. Good. There's a number of weekly contracts that need to be completed to get the weekly goal from 8 to 6. Oh, you only need to get 6 now. Okay. Increase the amount of XP given for opening vaults. Increase. Okay. That's good. But grinding, it was too much grinding. Well, that means I can probably finish the battle pass a little faster then. But there you go. Dead Go Boom, gone. You can no longer just get blown up because you were using a sword. There's so many times. Oh, cool. I lose the game then when DGB turned on. Yep. It was a little bit bullshit. But yeah, we can play Tekken 8 or we can play some Trackmania because I got that recently as well. I don't know. Just something to do for the next hour or something. Let's go download that. The TikTok Reddit game. Yeah. I still got Street Fighter downloaded. I should really get rid of it. I'm not playing it anymore. I should buy Street Fighter. No, it'll be super cheap. Yeah, it'll be. It's probably not cheap, is it? It's not gonna be cheap. There's no way it's cheap. No way. Not on Steam, at least. It's very fun. I don't know. I didn't really like it all that much. It went on stale. But I don't know. Because the most recent things, like their crossovers, the Spy Family crossover looked so bad. There'll be tons of budget CD keys now. Oh yeah, probably. The jury go kick. Yeah, but also they put malware in the game. They are so afraid of people modding the game, they just put malware in the game to stop people from doing it. So I don't know. I just didn't like it that much. Big brain. But yeah, I just didn't like it that much. It wasn't the fighting game for me. Tekken, I like. Granblue Fantasy, I like. Oh, now your way, where? Enjoy being endlessly jungled, nerd. What? You don't even get endlessly jungled a lot. I admit. I'm going to. I mean, I do have it installed. I don't know. I'm kind of waiting for the new DLC to come out for Risk of Rain. Where's 2 on here? Where is 2? Oh, there it is. It's over here. Is your low ladder? I got the warrior rank yesterday. And I juggled a few people myself, so... But yeah, I'm kind of waiting for the DLC to come out for Risk of Rain 2. And I'm gonna hope that it's good, because I know Gearbox took over from the original developers. And I really hope that they don't fuck it up. The whole reason I'm here. Right, you got here because I did a Risk of Rain 2 thingy with the fires and stuff. Yeah, awesome VOD. Is there any news on when that is coming out? When the DLC is coming out? Secrets from the Storm? November... No, that was when they released the Dev Diary. I don't really have anything when it's coming out then. It's just coming out at some point. Okay. Oh. Ah. In 2000 and shot it. Huh? Ah. One day. One day. Oh, mean. But what do we do? What are we doing? BuzzFeed quizzes that may finished already. That felt fast. What? We didn't start Trackmania. No, my download. Oh. Well then. Legit question? Okay. What? What is it? There. I saw Granblue does installed. There's 2B's coming out at some point, right? You're so adorable and pinnable. I don't know. Oh no. What is here? It's got a 2 GB update. Oh my god. I have this stuff, don't I? I got the character pass. Who's this? This is a new character. Lucilius. Huh. Bam, 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 bam. Oh. Oh. Ah. Legit question. Yeah. Maybe I'll just play some Tekken. Bubble dishes, never went to what Snowdrift? What? What? Yes. No, let me chill over here for a second. Yeah, I should play some Tekken for a bit, I guess. No Fortnite? No, not Fortnite. Not one day. Fortnite's so poorly optimized, I doubt I could ever even play it on stream anyway. Tekken Punch Kick game. Oh. One day? Not one day. Never day. Nope. None of the days. That. I dropped that. Oh. I dropped something. Lag. Ah! Games gotta stop putting bright white screens as their splash screens. Just stop doing white screens altogether, please. Okay. Some people like bright mode. I don't like bright mode. So I kind of wanted to try out Alyssa because I was informed yesterday that I could make a specific character costume for her. But I want to make. Unfortunately, model snap is actually kind of fun. Hang on. So, look at the clothes. What kind of clothes we got? Bread. Well, what kind of clothes we got in here? So we got this. It's just the same outfit but without any arm stuff. We got whatever this is. This is some of the arm stuff. We got this. Yo, that's kind of cool actually. Whoa. And we got this. Okay, so here's the thing. Someone told me yesterday that I could make 2B with this character. Would it be this dress I'd be using? I don't know. So if we make it like black, like that, and then this one black. Wait, what? What color is this changing? Oh, the back parts. Okay, that's also gonna be black. This part is the shoes, which will also be black. The brown. That's probably also gonna be black, right? I can't. Oh, that's the shoes. Yeah, black. Black. Green. No, that's probably gonna be white. Gold. No, black. Pink. Black. It's mostly just gonna be black. No pink. No, because we're making 2B. I don't even know what this color is going to. Ah, the shoe soles is black. It's mostly just black. Like, to be snoozing. Ah. Like that. And then we can have the blindfold. There we go. We also need a new hair. This is kind of like 2B hair, right? Yeah. And it's gonna be like white. This looks like a latex dress bodysuit. It's fine. Like that. Oh, the hair still isn't long enough. They never get the hair right. Just in case, we'll get the robot eyes. Eyebrow color. That one. Eye makeup doesn't really matter. Neither does that. Nope. Face paint, nope. Tan. Oh. I mean, that's like the best I can really do. We get a sword. Big sword. That's a spear. No, I want sword. No, that's a hip sword. No. Big baseball bat? Nail bat. Oh. You'd have a nail bat. I think this one suits it more, I guess. Because you can use spears in the game. Let's have a spear then. Yep. And because we can have both a spear and a bat. Because you can have a heavy and light weapon, right? So if we do both of those. Right, the fire will equipped. No. Well, not if I make it in a different location. I can change the location, game. Hey, what do you mean? Can I not change the location? What? Oh, that's dumb. Okay. The guitar. Guitar. Oh, right, the headband. She has a headband. We need the headband. Like that, I guess. Recolor the fire part to skin color if you're going for a 2B look. And going for a 2B look. Hang on, what does 2B look like? I forgot now. What does this... No, let me look at a 2B picture. 2B. Images. Like this. So... I mean, it's pretty much just all black. Like... And like, she has a top... She does have like the upper thighs going. It's kind of hard to do with this customization options. Just have it like that. Rotate up and down. Move it. No, move it. Move forward. Things like that. Woke up at Naima, where's game dev? I wanted a break for game dev. So we went for Tekken. Oh. No, apply changes. One of the parts you can recolor on the Zelda is just part of the fires. Oh. Done. What? Nope. Those. This one. This one. How much you learn? I learned quite a bit today. Made a scribble. Made scribble. Yeah, I made scribble. Oh, that's the gloves. Okay. That is not what I need. That's also not what I need. Nope. Oh, that's that part. That's the shoes. Oh! Oh! It's free! Free! Okay, which one of these is like skin color? That's not skin color. Oh. That is not what that color is. That's like skin color. Yeah. Right? I'd say that's the closest to skin color. There we go. I think that's really as close as I can get to like a 2B style. Yeah. Character panel. What are we got in character panels? Yeah. Oh, I like her normal stuff. Okay, if she was to have an aura, what aura would 2B have? Probably like a yellow lightning kind of deal. The first second I seen this, I was so confused because I was still sleepy. I was like, what? Brain what? I mean, okay, 2B, we usually wouldn't have an aura, right? But she would have a hit effect, which would be, I don't know, like... Violet Systems? Oh. E Corp. Ah, it's probably all fine. It's probably fine. Yeah, that's fine. Yep. Somebody you're mean to me in my nightmare, I kick your ass. I didn't do anything. Eh. There it is. There's the thumbnail. Save and exit. Okay. Now to learn how to play Alyssa in online ranked mode. The only place to learn a new character. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Oh yeah, we brawl.
Alisa Boskonovich. Kazuya Mishima.
Bam, 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 bam.
Get ready for the next battle.
I'm ready. Are the voices new? No? Didn't hear them before? The voices have always been there. Ah. You're deaf.
Get ready for the next battle.
There a second then. Bam, 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 bam.
Round one. Fight.
Chainsaw! Wow! Wee! You reduce graphical settings so it runs well on stream. Well, I never changed it from yesterday, so... Wee! Oh. Ah! You dropped rank? No, I'm playing a different character. Each character has their own rank. Ah! I go.
Round four. Fight.
Got him.
Final round. Fight.
Wee! Oh! She's spamming? I'm not spamming anything! Trying to learn how to even use his character. Meow.
Round one. Fight.
Ah. Chainsaw hands.
Round two. Fight.
Meow. Chainsaw.
Round three. Fight.
Got him.
You win. Get ready for the next battle.
My fingers still kind of hurt from yesterday, from when my controller was digging into my fingers. I'll hurt you, button mash. I'm not button mashing! Let's see where is Tekken. Why?
Get ready for the next battle.
Ah, it's Vector. No. Pushing buttons hurt test.
Round one. Fight.
Wow. Stop! 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 I was blocking. I was okay. My job as girlfriend and want to wind up the streamer. Ah!
Fight.
What? I hate hiding. I don't like fighting Vector. Right for a promotion.
Fight.
Come on! I what? Come on! What? He was still getting up! Bullshit, he was still getting up off the floor.
Cuisine française.
Remember from last stream, time you streamed? No, they didn't.
Round one. Fight. Expulsion!
Oh! Ah!
Round two. Fight.
Ah! Ah! I don't want to. Okay.
Expulsion! Soyons efficaces.
Got him. Is it a bar match game?
Round three.
It's not though.
Fight.
Ah! Stop it! Wow!
Je te tiens.
Wow!
Round four. Fight.
Get off! Stop! 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 Yum. What do you mean?
Final round. Fight. Expulsion.
No. Ah! Fuck! Ah! Oh.
Serait-il possible de réserver
Because
une
fuck
table
all
dans un
these
3
super
étoiles pour ce
punishable.
soir? Cuisine
So
française.
wait.
évidemment.
Get ready for the next battle.
I don't like fighting Victor. He has like so many super fast low moves. It's annoying. Like all of his moves just like come out instantly. Ah. I still don't really know what I'm doing with this character.
Get ready for the next battle.
This is block low then. But if I block low and he sends out like a mid attack, I don't block it. But the thing is, he can change between high and low blocks so quickly.
Fight.
Ow. Wow. The main cringe.
Round 2.
Fight.
Round 3. Fight.
Don't try to do that move. No. I win. Is he gonna do anything? There we go.
Round 1. Fight.
Ah! Okay, that's a long move. Ah! Wow! 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 Ooh! Victory match tilt. Ow! Wow! It came out too late.
Round 2. Fight.
Wow! Fuck it!
Round 3. Fight.
Ah. Uh-oh. Ah! Fuck you. There we go. What?
Great.
Oh.
Round 4. Fight.
Wow. Ooh. Oh!
Final round. Fight.
Wow. Got him. Oh. Oh. Hydrated. There. Ah.
Get ready for the next battle.
GG, I'm Jen. Ah, GG. Also my girl. GG. Oh.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, fuck. There's another Jen! I still don't know what I'm doing with this character. I'm just guessing at this point.
Round one. Fight.
No! Ah. Wow! Grab!
Round two. Fight.
Ah, fuck. Ah. No. Got him.
Round three. Fight.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Oh. No, no! Oh. Uh-oh. Does this kill me? I'm alive! I'm alive! No! Damn it.
Fight.
What? Oh. Stop it. Oh my god. Ah! Was alive. Mm-hmm.
Final round. Fight.
Ah. Got him.
You win.
Chainsaw hand.
Round one. Fight.
Fuck!
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Like, stop! Oh my god.
Round 3. Fight.
Wow! Got him. So many gens today. Alcoholic. Where are the alcoholics?
Fight.
No. Oh, okay. No! No! Nah! Again.
Round 1. Fight.
Fucking lows! Wow! Oh! I can never tell when they're gonna do a low attack. It's so annoying. Wow! Oh! Huh? I was blocking though. I was blocking though. I was blocking for those first lots of attacks.
Fight.
What the fuck? Why did I just go spinny? Wow. Okay, I know I was blocking that. I was even walking backwards. What the fuck?
Get ready for the next battle.
I miss Panda.
Get ready for the next battle.
Wow, Rang. Oh, you got a guitar. You hydrate? Yes, I did.
Fight.
Whoa. There we go.
Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight.
Ah. Now we're doing something. Let's go.
귀찮아.
Round 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight.
Hell yeah.
Round 3. Fight.
Wow. Whoa. Remember inside small time felt like it was a dress? I went horribly right. What? Went horribly right, but I ended up free. You won. I won.
Get ready for the next
Fight time.
battle.
It is fight time. At least for a little bit. Wow. I have that. I've got that. Okay. Okay, we got zoomy moves. We go zoom.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, it's Steve. Don't like Steve. He's like overly British. Kang! I'm your favorite nerd? Oh my god. Zoom.
Round 1. Fight.
Whoa. Wow! You're a boxer, you don't grab! Hey!
No more playing around. Eat this!
Wow!
Finish!
Round 2.
And I hope you have a great stream. Don't dare talk to you about Steve again. Have a great one.
Round 3.
Integrated vibrator. Wow. When you like to find out.
Fight.
Wow! Peace out, okay, have fun! You made 2B? Of course I made 2B. Was it hard? It wasn't that hard, no. Turns out Alyssa has like a default outfit that kinda fits it.
Let's go. Round
Shut up,
1.
Steve. Hey.
Fight.
Uh-oh. Wow. Let me up, let me up, let me up, let me up, let me up. Oh my god. Now you leave? Okay.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, wow.
Round 3.
Bam.
Fight.
Whoa!
No more playing around.
Wait.
Eat this! Finish!
Okay.
Round 4. Fight.
Wow. Fuck, cut off. Oh.
Eat this! Finish!
Well, I was doing the thing though. Got him. Thinking that my attack is so goofy. I know, it's great. Okay. I'm getting a little better with
Get
Alyssa.
ready for the next battle.
Oh. Wow. Okay, so this is... That's that. What?
Get ready for
My
the
sad
next
face.
battle.
Steve! I don't think it's the same Steve. This one has S+ and everything. Meow. Oh fuck, we're in space!
1, 2. Round 1. Fight.
Over here.
1, 2, 3.
Wow.
No more playing around. Eat this. Finish.
Wow.
Now this is what I call
Uh-oh.
fun.
That's fine.
Round 2. Fight.
Over here.
Wow.
No more playing around. Buddy. Eat this.
Wow.
Finish.
What? Ah.
Round 3. Fight.
No more playing around.
Wow.
Eat this. Finish.
Oh my god. It's even harder to tell when this guy is gonna do a low attack. Because all of his attacks are punches.
Round 4. Fight.
No more playing around.
Uh-oh. Okay. That's fine. Wow!
Eat this.
Fuck! Fuck!
Finish.
I just got up!
You lose.
Where'd you get the ring
Fist to a
from?
champion.
Where'd the ring come from?
Round 1.
Wow, wow.
Fight.
Buddy.
What?
Buddy. No more playing around.
Oh.
Eat this. Finish.
What? To write my
Round 2.
I'm not gonna get much damage. Wait. Oh, oh. Off.
No more playing around. Eat this! Finish! One, two, three, four! Now this is what I call fun.
Ow!
And that's a knockout!
Stop punching me!
Good night. Body.
Oh! No, 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 no.
Round 3. Fight.
Wow! Oh, ow!
Body. Bang. No more playing around. Eat this.
Oh my god.
Round 4. Fight.
One, two, three.
Ah, come on!
No more playing around. Eat this. Finish.
Meow. Got him. They're on console with gamepad. Well, I'm on PC with gamepad.
Round 1. Fight.
1, 2. 1, 2. Shoot. No more playing around.
Meow.
Round 2. Fight.
Ow.
No more playing around. One, two, three, four. Now this is what I call
Ah. Okay, I think I'm dead.
fun. That's a knockout.
Yup. Fuck.
Good night.
He has like no health.
Fight.
1, 2, 3. Over here.
Fuck.
No more playing around. Eat this.
Ah.
Finish.
No. Let me up, up. Ah. That was like Barry Scott.
Round 4. Fight.
No more playing around. Eat. 1, 2, 3. Eat. 1, 2, 3.
Wow.
Eat this.
Ow. Ow.
Now this is what I call
Uh-oh.
fun.
Oh, oh. Okay. I win. Promotion.
Get ready for the next battle.
Indeed. Ah, so that's the wow. That's the one where I go behind him and stuff. Okay.
Get ready for the next battle.
Laws. Meow.
Round one.
Wow, I never see those opening cutscenes. Wow. Wow. Ooh. Oh! Ah!
Round two. Fight.
Fuck. Ah! Ah!
Round three. Fight.
Wow! Wow! Oh my god! Ah!
Round four.
Damn it!
Fight.
Ah! How did you block that? I was behind you. Here we go. Wow. That's dead, right? Yeah.
Final round. Fight.
Oh. Huh? Oh my god. What? Fuck. They cancelled. Oh. Why did they cancel? I can't do anything now! Ah! Come on! Fix this! Ah. Sometimes it lets me do stuff. And sometimes, like this, it just stops.
Get ready for the next
No
battle.
fixes, why not? I'm gonna eat now? Aw, okay. Oh, good night. Have good sleeps. Want to make money and not games.
Get ready for the next battle.
Dragunov. Ugh. Wow.
Round 1. Fight.
Wow. Wow. Fuck. What?
Round 2. Fight.
Cancel. Wow. Wow. That's Sam Fisher, maybe.
Fight.
There's some lag going on here. Like everything's like slowed down. It's weird. Oh.
Round 4. Fight.
Bam. I'll grapple you. No, you're not one. Okay. What is the slowdown? No.
You win.
I win. Bam, 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 bam. Here come the boy.
Round 1. Fight.
Wow. 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 Fuck. Such a weird grapple. Wow. That was bad timing. Why can his kick lead into a grapple? That's dumb. Friggin' grapple characters. What? Oh, come on!
Round 3. Fight.
Oh! How do I get out of grapples like that? I don't get it. Get off! Uh-oh. Okay. I still don't fully understand how I'm supposed to get out of grapples. Like, sometimes I'm able to do it, sometimes I'm not. I don't get it. You know what? I'm not gonna play with this guy anymore, actually. He cancelled anyway.
Next battle.
There was like some slowdown in there, it was annoying.
Get ready for the next battle.
Jack. I haven't seen anyone play Jack yet. This will be my first time seeing Jack.
Round
Thank you.
1. Fight.
Wow! Whoa!
Round 2. Fight.
No! No! Whoa!
Round 3. Fight.
What? What? Well, I don't even know what happened there. I actually can't tell which one is a high and a low attack with this guy. His fist is so big that they should all be high attacks. Got him.
You win.
You may have that. Thank you.
Round one. Fight.
Wow. There we go.
Round two. Fight.
Wow! Oh! Grab.
Round three. Fight.
Oh. Bop. Bop, 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 bop. Bop, bop. For a bigger character, he has hacks on his health bar. Yeah, he's a big boy. He's a big robot dude. Big boy is understatement. Well, he's fine. He's just big robot boy. Look at him. Look at this guy. The cool thing about robots is they don't need to be big to be strong. This guy does. Look at him. He gotta be big. Wait, I can give him normal hair. He has 10 kilograms? Maybe? Now, what clothes can he have? Entire body. Second 7 alternate... Oh, assault form? Oh! Jack 8 time? No, I was just showing it off. I was just showing what he looked like. I'm actually playing Alyssa right now. No. Exit without saving. So comic looking even when trying to look badass. I mean, there's some like actual humans in the Tekken franchise that are as big as Jack 8 is right now. Just people are really big. Boob. You wanna play? I mean, maybe. We could play. It's kind of the issue of the how the character covers the health bar. There you go then. Yeah, we can do a few matches. Play a crate session. Session name. Oh wait, I can actually just Mizu. Akane. Dream. Well, let me put on. Damn it. No spaces. Any, no restrictions. No spaces OP. But we need the passcode though. We need the passcode. It's secret, don't tell anyone. Oh, enable cross-platform play. Private slot 7, sure. You can invite me by before. I don't know, I was kind of wondering if you could actually find me or not. Because if I were to do like a community day where we all play Tekken or something, like... Gonna play... Oh, you gonna abandon me? Oh. Not abandoning you. You just said you're abandoning me. Bring watch space? That's not a thing. Bring penis. I'm pissed now. Oh. Supposed to do it. Invite. I'll invite you anyway, because. Give me 1 second. Oh, hey. Oh, you're in. Ohio. I wanna try out
Panda.
I'll try out Panda some more. I was having fun with her last night. Was it yesterday I played Tekken? Maybe.
Get ready for the next battle.
Zafina. I want to remember how to play Panda though, because I haven't played it yet today. Taking a while to load. Hello, game. Game. Come on. Oh. Did you crash? Loading is OP. What's happening right now? Ah. Oh, oh! We're going!
Round one. Fight.
Beach ball.
Round two. Fight.
Nom 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 nom. Beach ball.
Round three. Fight.
Yum 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 yum. Beach ball.
It's over.
Panda. I don't play it today, I'm so bad. Panda became my, like, main last night. I got pretty good at Panda. Let's go with Alyssa, since I was playing her today.
Alisa Boskonovich.
You seen Panda and Kuma's interaction? Maybe?
Get ready
I
for
think
the
so, maybe at
next
some
battle.
point. Oh, now they're playing their main. I'm gonna assume it's something like Kuma trying to propose to Panda again. Ah, these loading times take a while. Here we go. Oh.
Round one. Fight.
Ah! Wow! Ah!
Round two. Fight.
Whoa! I was kind of hoping that would hit. Ah! I didn't mean to do that, but it works, I guess.
Round three. Fight.
Meow. Wow. Ah. Okay.
Round 4. Fight.
Bam. Wow. Wee. Ah.
¿Tienes café?
No, no coffee. Oh, okay. I did it. Who else is there? You know, I haven't done Reina for a while. Let's do Reina.
Reina.
Oh, I'm hungry.
Get ready for the next battle.
Nina. I don't know how long I'll be going for. For like a few more games, and then I'm probably gonna go end stream and go eat something. Hey, hungry? Hi. Hi. Eat. Mm-hmm. There we go.
Going somewhere?
No.
Round 1. Fight.
You're finished.
Guns, no! No guns!
Round 2. Fight.
Ah! Oh my god. Oh my god.
You're finished.
Wow. Guns!
Round 3. Fight.
Oh, that's not what I wanted.
You're not getting away.
Got him.
Round 4. Fight.
You're finished. getting away.
Guns are cheating.
Die in silence. Goodbye.
Fight.
Wow. Oh. Wow.
You're not getting
Uh-oh.
away.
Uh-oh. Oh. Ah. Ah. Oh my god. That was close. Wham, wham, wham. Okay. Let's try out Doom.
Jun Kazama.
It was too close. Mm-hmm.
Get ready for the next battle.
Nina. June has been enough. What? How dare. I barely know how to play her anyway. Like very, very bad. Oh no. I didn't know they had an update. I didn't read any patch notes or anything.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh. Wow.
You're finished.
Wow. What do you mean that didn't hit? Wow.
Round 2. Fight.
You're finished. You're not getting away.
Oh.
Round 3. Fight.
You're
Wow.
finished. You're not getting away.
Got him.
Round 4. Fight.
You're finished.
Whoa.
Just die. You're not getting away.
Yeah.
You win.
This'll be us like usual. It's fine. It was good in this game? I know, right? I'm gonna be so enough. I don't know. I'm gonna go back to Panda. I need more Panda. Bam, 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 bam. Waiting for opponent's menu selection. Rolling time? Oh.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh my god. Panda versus Kuma. Bam, 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 bam.
Round one. Fight.
Ah! Whoa! Whoa! The characters are so big, it's kind of confusing.
Round two. Fight.
Wow. No, no, no. Yum, 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 yum. Ah! Okay.
Round three. Fight.
Oh no. Stop it. Stop it. Ah! Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. I didn't want to do that. Standing. Each ball. Ah!
Round four. Fight.
No. I don't want to do that! Bam, 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 bam. You reject my fish. Yeah. I don't want the fish. Okay, I might make this the last one because I want to go eat food. So let's play. I want to try Zavina.
Sabina.
Guided by the
Time.
stars.
Well, I want to try Zavina. Because she's a character I want to try and learn to play as well.
Get ready for the next battle.
And
Azuzu's power.
I realize she's very difficult.
Round 1. Fight.
Can't even get the hit in. Wow! Whoa! Whoa!
It's over.
Oh! Fuck!
Round 2. Fight.
Ah! Zoom. Ah! Ow.
It's over.
Okay.
Round 3. Fight.
Wow! Fuck. Oh! Well, I'll hydrate during this then.
Round 4. Fight.
Oh! Fuck! Ow!
It's over. Can't hold it in.
Wah! Okay.
Take this.
KO.
Take this!
Final round. Fight.
Take this.
Wow! Fuck! Huh? Safina's so confusing! Okay. Leave. That'll be the end. She very is. Just like has like 7 different stances. I keep accidentally going into them. Understand you can't block. And if you parry, you lose life. Oh my god. Okay. Unless you lose life. This is very difficult. I'll learn her one day. Right, but for now, we'll go off on a raid. Who are we raiding today? Oh, we can raid Toma. He's playing Tekken right now. Yeah. I'm gonna send you guys off to Toma, okay? He's playing Tekken as well. Yeah. Was it today Thursday? So I'll be back Sunday. Okay, so this is end the stream. I'm gonna press the button. Okay, press the button. Button pressed. So, I'll see you all Sunday. Also we got like, you know, that one, yeah. And raid 2. There you go. We got those. So I'll see you all Sunday. Hope you enjoyed. Yeah. We might do more game dev, I don't know. I'll probably try and do some more game dev over the weekend so I can learn a bit more. But yeah, I want to get back into game dev a bit more. Until my motivation runs out again. I'll see you all Sunday, hope you enjoyed. Have a good night, day, nights, and mornings. And I'll see you later. Okay. Love you all. Bye!